Hello. Hello.
Blap.
I'm gonna crack. Oh wait, actually no. What I need to do is I need to get my phone charging, just in case. There we go. Alrighty then. Alright, so that should be doing that, and then I should be able to go off over into here. Hello! Good evening, everyone. Hi there, Lou. Welcome to the stream. Tanmux, welcome. Omega, thank you for being in here first, and welcome to the stream. Hi there, Jason. How is everyone doing? I had an okay time. So today, didn't have to work, which was really fortunate. Slept in for a little bit, and then got myself a really big lunch, but I went out today. I went out to watch the new Superman film because I'm not a massive follower of like DC or Marvel comics. I do consume their media then and like here and there. Not a lot of Marvel comics, but you know, any of their movies and maybe one or two of their TV shows when they pop up. And then with DC, it's the same sort of thing. It's like I pick up the movies, the TV shows, and there's actually been a time when I was like reading the comics and what have you. Like got into Green Lantern, Batman. I think there was a time when, and I was thinking of doing like Superman, which was like the action comic stuff.
Did you see it?
Hi there, Night Sky. Welcome to the stream. What did I see? The Superman. I did see the Superman film, the new one, the one that came out this year, and it was good. Boop. I liked it. Also, I don't know if the boop is working. Is the boop? Oh no, the boop isn't working because I forgot to enable 3D what's-a-mahoozies. Hang on a second. Ding ding dong. Set VTuber. Okay, so setting VTuber hides the thingy-madiggy and hides 3D props in the foreground element, and this makes visible. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. All right, so I need to duplicate this particular action because it's not just the foreground elements I need to turn on. I need to turn on the elements that are in the just chatting section. There we go there. Then I need to copy that sub action. I'm doing some adjustments really quick with there we go. All right. So now if we do a if I go to my action history and I requeue the boop, requeue it. Boop. All right, it's not perfect, but if I do it like maybe here, will it do it? Boop. Too far. There we go. That's a good one. Hey there, Cap. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I went and saw the new Superman film. Oh wait, hang on a second. If Cap's here, does that mean that they're sitting in my VC right now? No, it isn't. But there's a non-zero chance that they would.
Now it does.
Hello. Welcome.
Hey. Good news. You will have a slight head start when it comes to the Devil May Cry missions. Because as of right now, I'm delivering a man.
You're delivering a man? You pregnant or something?
Yeah. He's pregnant on my back.
Oh my gosh. I am so...
I could probably stream this, but I think I'll wait till I'm done with this so I can, like, hop on DMC and we can co-stream Devil May Cry.
That would be kind of cool. Is that something you want to do? Like a little co-stream?
I'm down for that.
Yeah, so for those of you that are not aware, Cap is also a getting back into the stream of things. Like you did like a stream like last weekend when I was streaming like late night. You were playing some.
I was playing Death Stranding, which I am playing right now.
Yeah,
there's a banger going on right now.
Nice. Mm.
Oh, give me that chiralium.
Oh yeah, collection of materials is kind of important when, like, especially in between deliveries and what have you. I've already gone through Devil May Cry, like, sorry, not Devil May Cry. That's the game I'm playing right now. Death Stranding, like the first Death Stranding, I've already gone through like years ago before I did streaming. It was a good game. I highly recommend it to people. It's why I'm playing Death Stranding 2 on Wednesdays. And actually, this is probably like this might be the best time for a tangent, actually, very quickly. I had a really good talk with Blue, a friend of mine. I absolutely love Blue Foxy and ICIC. We had like a discussion about like something that was bothering me back on Saturday that had been like sitting with me all of Sunday basically, and then today's Monday, and there was just like this like all kinds of like grievances that I wanted to raise with him that I had, and Blue was such a gem, and because he understood where I was coming from and he had his own experiences, and we got onto the topic about streaming because both of us stream. By the by, if you don't know who Blue Foxy and IC is, how do you not know who Blue Foxy and IC is? They are an amazing VTuber streamer. Oh, I can't shout someone out for like another 15 seconds. They go through games of nostalgia. So they're games that they are familiar with already, such as Mario Kart, Mario Party, Donkey Kong, and Professor Layton. Like, these are like older games. A lot of Nintendo games, but he understands that bias and what have you. And we were discussing about, what is the reasons we do streams and we're doing the whole like VTuber stuff, because it's a lot of work. Cap, you understand it's like a lot of work doing streaming, right?
Very much so.
Oh, excuse me, nose.
I just made Sam run like 3 kilometers, like not more than 3, probably like 8 kilometers, just straight up.
Do you have the robot legs yet?
I do have the robot legs, so
nice. That's how you're able to do it. So
don't be bitch made,
now
Sam.
That is what we call a skill issue.
Yeah, I can't run 3 kilometers flat out. That's the Sam Bridgers like skill there, Masonic. Also, welcome to the stream, Masonic. So yeah, it's difficult streaming. It's one of those cases of the actual act itself, like once you get into the streaming and such like that, is like probably the easiest part, quite frankly. It's everything outside of it that is difficult. It's dependent on like just how much you want to put into streaming itself, because like streaming as like a content creator or anything like that, you start wearing a lot of hats. You start wearing social media coordinator, editor, moderator, analytics. You start having to you need to be very introspective and look at the plans, look at the metrics, and figure out like what it is that you want to do, why are you doing it, and what have you. And there's been like I had all kinds of thoughts, and like some of them definitely were negative, and it was trying to make sense of where I was, and because both me and Blue work full time is the thing. There are some streamers out there who can do crazy sort of hours like streaming and are able to put so much effort into not just the streams, but the clips, the editing, the management of platforms like social media, Discords, Telegram if they use those, and what have you. So, and it was really great talking to him about this kind of stuff, because he understands those sorts of things, and like some of the stuff I wanted to talk to him about, like he had the unique perspective and such. It wasn't something I could talk to some like viewers like you or Cap or anyone up in the States for that instance. So one of the things that we figured out was like, oh, Grant, what are the kind of games that you want to show on stream? Like, what is the theme? What is the reason? And I as much as I love playing new games, like, getting up and playing Death Stranding 2 or the latest Yakuza or remaster of Mass Effect, like, those are great, but those are like, chasing after the new game and what have you. But really one of the other ways I've been doing the streams that I think have been have been really enjoyable for me to do, and I think is sort of the other side of the coin of retro games, because Blue comes into this, he's already played the game, he's already an expert, much like how Cap is already an expert of Devil May Cry. Or what are some other games that you've played in the past that you're like, oh, I am disgustingly knowledgeable about this?
Ooh, put me on the spot here.
Well, like, you're in the VC. I don't want to put 15-30 minutes of me monologuing. I feel like that would be very rude. I want you
my
here.
apologies for not yapping a lot. I just I got back with the boy.
Look, fair enough.
Now he's been saved. What else do I know very much a lot about? Devil May Cry. I know a good amount of Final Fantasy.
A good amount, yeah. Because these are games you've played in the past, right? Like you've played more than just Final Fantasy 14. Like I've only played it on stream. Like that's my only experience of Final Fantasy series. I've not played, or actually no, that's not true. I've played Final Fantasy 15 years and years ago when it was like relatively recent release, but I've not played Final Fantasy 7 or 10 or 13. So,
which is crazy.
Yeah. There are games out there that I am not familiar with that some people are like, oh, I love, playing this series. Like, they've gone through Crash Bandicoot, for instance, and everyone's in love with that. Spyro, Titan Quest, like, all these games. And I didn't grow up with that. Like, I didn't grow up impoverished or anything like that, but for whatever reason, those weren't games that I had played. So, where Blue and some streamers who are playing these older games are like, oh yeah, I play into the nostalgia. They already know how to play these games. They already know what's flack, what's great, what's the best way to go through a video game, and what way can you cheese the bosses. I don't have those experiences. I am coming into it with a relatively fresh face. So, like, if the coin is retro like vintage and earlier games, Blue is on one side as the expert. He's coming into it knowing exactly what it is. And there are other people out there, like Scribbly Noodle has gone through Legend of Zelda stuff. And I'm trying to think if there's any other retro game streams that I've watched. Oh, hi there, Chase. Welcome. Himbo May Cry. God damn, that would have been a good title. I'll remember that for the next one. I'll remember Himbo May Cry for the next one. But, yeah, so I'm here on, like, the other side of this coin where I'm playing video games that a lot of people probably have already played and have a nostalgia for. Things like BioShock, Titan Quest, Devil May Cry, Spyro. These are games.
Spyro I used to play. I used to play the Elijah Wood trilogy.
There's an Elijah Wood trilogy?
Yeah, Spyro: A New Beginning, Legend of the Something. They were like an ARPG.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I talked with Blue and such about it because, like, I don't want to, like, I love streaming is the thing. I love doing it, and there has definitely been some times where the conversation or the question has, definitely, oh, stream together? Yes. Hang on. Ding. You're learning.
I am. Hold on. Let me just... There we go.
Yeah, no, I was just muting it myself. Notify that I'm going live as a guest. Notify followers. All right, now, host disabled screen share. Yep, no, that's fair enough. Dun, 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 dun. Layout on the bottom, on the left. Tiled. I think tiled would be a good one. But yeah, so... Where was I in my train of thought?
That, baba booey, fa fa fooey. It's crazy because I'm just like straight raw dogging it into the gameplay.
You're just straight raw dogging into what? Sorry, the gameplay?
Not the gameplay specifically, but like into the main menu of Devil May Cry.
Ah, okay,
Because
okay.
I don't have a start screen.
Look, no, fair enough. Like, this is your second time like streaming in like however long, right? Or ever.
Hmm.
So yeah. So I remember, like, if you ever need help with Devil May Cry, sorry, not Devil May Cry. You already know Devil May Cry. If you ever need help with setting up streams and what have you, or layouts and such, like how me, for instance, I have like a transition. I have like a layout for when I'm just chatting. I have a layout for when I'm playing video games. Like I'll help you however I can.
That'd be nice. I want to design my
Hello,
own
Sir
though. I
Dragon.
just don't know how I do that. And
So
look at how chats ended up because of Streamlabs. I don't know how to fix that.
oh yeah, because the text is black.
Yeah.
Actually, I have like where's the text? Here it is. Bam. Boom. So yeah, Sir Dragon is trying to fish, and for whatever reason, the fish is not working for Sir Dragon. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't work for Sir Dragon. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm keeping this in mind when I get out of hiatus. Nice. So the way you like transition from one stage of streaming to another is like the very first step is just start streaming on OBS. That's like the first way. You learn the very basics of, okay, it's capturing my microphone. Now I want it capturing this program or this screen. The next
Which I
step,
sort of figured out like immediately because like my first streams weren't gaming streams. I would draw art on like Picasso or something.
yeah. So it would be almost the same sort of thing. So the next stage is you start adding in elements. So
Follow Chase.
nice. Chat, if you're not following, you should go check out Capricious that we are streaming with right now in a little guest spot as they're going through. Oh, I have to wait. Apparently I can't shout you out like more than within the same hour. I can shout other people out like in quick succession, but not the same person every hour. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, go check out Capricious. We're right now streaming together in like guest star format and what have you. It's great. Also, where is my thingy-madiggies? Oh, okay. My character isn't doing anything. Sorry, I'm trying to do like multiple things right now. Okay, so monkey does that, so I'm gonna go with the monkey. And then the monkey is gonna do the urns because I've got like several days worth. All right, save that. Close that window, minimize that window, minimize that window. And I just need to make sure that, yep, no, I'm on PC capture. So now I gotta get Devil May Cry. No, not HD collection. No, wrong one. I'm starting up the wrong Devil May Cry.
That's wrong. That's Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3.
I've already played Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3. There we go. All right. All right. Close that. We're currently in the process of Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, so that's currently in progress. I remember the first time trying to play this, there was like, it would just crash on me and such. Turns out there's like a weird element to the game where it doesn't like you if you have a television screen that's like greater than 1080p. So like because I was on a PC with like, 1440p resolution across like 3 monitors, it didn't like that at all. So here I am. So I had to do some hex editing in order to get this started. Devil May Cry. And it doesn't like Discord overlays as well, so I have to like do a lot of alt tabbing to do. All right, let me see what happens when I do. I'm gonna give you 1080p streaming at glorious 15 frames a second. You're doing a Devil May Cry cover. You're excited to release it. Ooh, that would be cool, Chase. That sounds cool. But for now,
Perfect. There we go. I've done it. Hopefully.
What have you done?
Hopefully, my OBS reads that. And oh yes, that's looking nice.
Excellent. Hey, you changed the color of the text, so then that way it's not thingamadiggies. The song is called Angel Trigger. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. All right. So yeah, I'm still at.
Put OBS here, and then I'll
What
put.
is with his?
Where's my Discord? There it is.
Do you have more than one monitor, or?
I have 2 monitors.
Okay, so you have a 2-monitor setup. Cool, 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 cool.
4.
Oh, hi there, Unnamed. Fuck you. Go check out Unnamed. They do some work under streams and what have you. And apparently, I am their inspiration. That's the amazing thing. 4 years into the streaming and what have you, I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And then we have Unnamed over here, just borking in my fucking chat, and they're doing absolutely fantastic. Get followed, loser. Yeah, you go follow that loser Unnamed. But yeah, also don't forget, go follow Capricious. She wonderful. She right now playing the Devil May Cry game as well. We are both playing this at like different paces though. So I'm currently up to.
Actually, we're at the same.
Are we?
We're at the same bit.
Oh, nice. Can I do any power-ups is the question. Also, I noticed my mouse is like in a. This is the annoying
I'll
thing.
just have you know, I've got the entire skill set of Nero right now.
So I've got it for Red Queen, the Blue Rose, and the Devil Bringer because like the special edition like full thing gives you like extra orbs and such. The only thing I don't have is I don't have enough Pro Out Souls for the Showdown.
If I were you, I'd get rid of Get More Orbs and then go for Showdown.
Increase the range from which you gather orbs. Okay. And then
Because like you don't need red orbs in this game.
No. All right. We press B, but I will get some items because Lord knows I may need some of. So I'm actually gonna go for another holy. Oh, I don't have enough red orbs for that holy war. Gold orb is for the revive, but I've only died like at the boss battles. Have you tried repo yet? Oh, that friend slop? No.
I have. It was slop.
Yeah. So, oh, you know what? This gives me an excellent like being able to loop around thing. So because I was talking with Blue Foxy and ICIC about what we want in our streams and what it is that we want to do as streamers and what have you. And the takeaway was that I want to continue streaming. That's definitely going to keep happening. But there's probably going to be a focus on games that like sort of everyone else has kind of already started playing or are already fully invested in. So, Final Fantasy XIV, older games like Devil May Cry, Spyro. I've got a whole list of games that people are like, oh, have you played this before? Because Lord knows people keep recommending me games. Cat over in Capricious' stream. Chat, go to Capricious' stream. They're right now. They got a cat on display. Oh, if you hold the Alt key, you can. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Cat. Is that a live feed or is that just a photo?
That is a live feed of my cat.
Oh my goodness, you are
Iggy.
So that's their name, Iggy, or just Ig?
I should put some text over it. Hold on.
Cat cam. All right, so Cap is really good at this game, and as I said earlier, like I'm probably gonna put more of a stream focus on the games that I will be picking going forward. Are probably going to be games that are sort of in everyone's sort of like, if people were like making a tier list or a nostalgia list, those are the kind of games I'd be playing. So we've done BioShock, we're doing Devil May Cry, we did like the earlier games of Yakuza, and there's going to be games in the future such as, hey, what's up?
Watch my stream for a little bit.
Iggy's live Iggy reaction. Okay.
So that worked. Yep, there he is.
Aww.
Perfect.
Perfect. Hopefully I'm going the right way.
Right. You've had enough of your bloody...
There we go. So, actually, yeah, all right. So, yeah, I've come to the conclusion of the kind of games that I want to play on stream going forward. I will get Devil May Cry done, but... And, you know, there will be game... Like, if there's, like, you know, some sort of, like, party element to the game, maybe then I will play the more modern games, like Monster Hunter Wilds and what have you. But yeah, I'm probably gonna try and avoid, you know, Donkey Kong Bonanza, for instance. Everyone is playing that right now. And...
I'm enjoying it.
Oh, you're playing it as well? Donkey Kong Bonanza?
I have it.
Oh,
I haven't streamed it, but I have it.
Oh, awesome. So yeah, I've gifted it to myself recently, but like I'm taking Blue's advice, and it's like I'm not going to stream Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm just going to play it for my own personal enjoyment, which is kind of funny because now.
Also, don't forget the blue orb fragment that's right up here.
Oh, that was on the Yeah, I picked that one up.
What is the way forward? I'm gonna keep it real. I haven't played this game in a hot minute, especially not this mission.
Good, because it means I get a quick few minutes to figure out the controls again, because I've not played it for a week. So yeah, I know what games I'm going to be playing, but this does come to a sad news, though. It's not that tragic of a news, because, you know, oh, it's not like the end of the world or anything like that, but one of the things that has been, like, I just do not have the commitment to do it, or to try and do improvements to it, because, like, I just don't have the time, is the Discord server. Like, yes, I have a Discord. There's like a couple, there's like dozens and dozens of people in there, and I've tried the whole, you know, getting people into it, having a memes channel, having a pets channel, shoutouts, and yada yada. Also, was this door always here?
Forgot how to. I fully forgot that you don't have trick in this mode. Also, hello, new enemy. Also, it's funny, you're using the regular costume and I'm using the beta costume.
Oh, what? Beta as in, like, that was the costume, like, there was a beta to this game? And that was, like, the earlier costume
it was like
design?
the alpha costume.
Okay. So yeah, and I think I've gone the wrong way. Because I've ended up back in whatever this place was with the...
There we go.
There we go. Have you thought about playing Nier Automata? I'll put that on the list because
Nier is good. Nier is good.
It is a relatively old game, but yeah. So that link, as it shows there, thanks Chase, is Discord. But what I'm gonna be like doing is, because I'm introverted at heart. I don't do like the whole, you know, heavy interactions and what have you. Oh, cutscene. Hang on.
Oh, hey, you finally got there.
Even with my head start, I'm falling behind.
Don't worry, I might be a while. I don't like these puzzles very much. Is it 3D? Ah, yeah.
But yeah, because of just my introverted nature and what have you, there has not been a lot of work that's gone into the Discord, nor have I really made it encouraging for the average viewer to be in the Discord. I personally like the Discord when doing these kinds of streams, where it's like, oh, I'm playing a video game that you know, I have a friend that is really good at this game or is very familiar with it, and I vibe with them, and I would love for them to be here with me to, you know, gab and what have you. So the Discord works well there, but I don't need like a community Discord of holding like a couple hundred people to do that. So it's with that that I've come to the conclusion. Oh, damn it!
Don't worry, that's a red herring. You don't need the spinny bit.
No, but it could be good. Because if I get any enemies, then it just does a whole lot of damage. But yeah, the Discord server, I'm going to be turning off the, like, the invites. So anyone that's in there, like, they're still in there, but I can't have more people come in. And I'll probably put a date, like, the end of August or start of August, where the Discord server is going away. The purpose of the Discord, I can't encourage it to be that. I can't make it into a Discord community where memes, pets, and foods are regularly shared. Where in the fuck am I going? Hopefully I'm going the right way. Is it this way? No, not this way. But yeah, the Discord, like the Himbo Zebra Retreat Discord will go away in the next few weeks. So yeah, there is, I don't feel like it's a huge loss, like the Discord server going away, because I will still be streaming. And if those of you that are wondering like when I'm going to be streaming, you can see it in Blue Sky, Twitch, or the fact that I have the Twitch scheduler. Oh, Twitter, that's the other one as well. And there is more Discord servers out there for people to hang around in. If you're just interested in, you know, hyper himbos or muscle furs and such, there is the muscle fur Discord. I know some of you are in there, like long ass time ago, and they're always, you know, I'm pretty sure their invites are always open. Blue has their own Discord, and I know, there's people that are active within that. Unnamed, same sort of thing as well. Like, there is places for everyone to go, and I'll probably drop links of like, oh, hey, be sure to check out, you know, this Discord here. I know they accept invites or what have you through Y link or something like that. So, but yeah, so after tonight, there's not going to be any more invites open for the Discord server that I have. And in the next few, like in the near future, like start of August or end of August, I'll be closing down that Discord server.
Damn.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh, is the cat cam discontinued, Iggy? What?
I can hear them meowing. It is a very loud meow. They are so vocal.
Yeah, they are chatty. Alright,
no,
guess you have more time to catch up. Good luck.
There's no Iggy? Okay. No more Iggy. Oh, let me pick these up. Alright, can I... Oh, that's not... Power lies in another grasp. Oh, okay, so that's not mine. So yeah. You just finished your third burger and you're sad now? I'm not sure if you're still active on TikTok. Not too much. Like, I haven't really posted clips in recent, in the last few weeks and what have you, just because I've just been drained with a lot of different weeks. And the few times that I do think about TikTok clips and what have you, I haven't noticed if there's a clip from my streams recently to be like, yes, I can put this on
I
TikTok.
have to wait. I'm going to have to wait.
You're gonna have to wait.
I'm gonna have to wait.
Those who do not wish for darkness should seek the light, for if not, all effort will be in vain. Okay, there's like 3 paths, and...
Hold up. Go back to the statue.
Yeah, it was talking about just don't harm things. They're just asking me, don't harm things and follow the light.
Yeah. You know what you didn't do?
What didn't I do?
You didn't follow the light.
Yeah, cool.
Once you get back to the statue, I'm gonna ask you to
Reread.
look closely at the statue.
Yeah. There we go. Alright. But yeah. Lord knows, like, I still send TikToks to Cap and Unnamed and what have you.
I
But...
sent TikToks to you back.
yeah, you do.
Alright. Look at
There's...
the statue.
yeah, there's
Look at the
snakes.
ground. Where you going?
This is a gentle forest, yet those who treat her unkindly will fall into darkness. Those who do not wish for darkness should seek the light. If not, all effort will be in vain. Oh, but there's a shadow on the ground. If you leave
Where's
this
the
forward,
light coming from?
but rather treat her kindly to proceed. It's coming from this way, because the direction of the shadows. Nice.
Look at you, smart boy.
So yeah. And then we've got...
You
from
just
there?
gotta do it again.
Okay. Is it going to be rule of 3s, where it's going to happen a 3rd time? Hi there, Spidey boy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you.
Spidey boy.
Yes, Spidey boy. Thank you for the follow. Unless... yeah, no, it was a follow on my side. Was it a follow on your side, Cap? All right.
It was not a follow on my side. But hi, Spidey boy.
Sup. But yeah, so... there's definitely going to be a time to reevaluate, like... should I drop down here?
Don't do it. Bad move.
Alright. Damn it. I am the storm that is approaching. Oh, you? Right now I'm playing as Nero, and Cap is playing as Virgil, as you can see with the PNGTuber in my thing.
This may be fun.
That.
If only your Fugi was also the Dante.
Oh, yeah, no. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow you to have that many profiles unless you buy premium. But I will be real with you. Sometimes it is tempting going for the premium because it gives you API access. So I could probably make it where if I was in Discord calls and such and people did hyperhimbo or dehimbo redeems, it would update the Discord Fugi.
That'd be so good. Oh, he's getting brutal with it. He's getting brutal with
Getting
it.
brutal.
He's still not using his double trigger.
Yeah, because I'm saving it. That's what I'm doing. I'm saving it. Alright. Get a green orb.
Know the DT economy.
Look, I don't know the DT economy, apparently. Should I be using it, like, all the time, then?
You can use it pretty liberally.
Alright. Okay, so... it's a cathedral... and I'm pretty sure that symbol is, like, the Whatsamahoozee cult that we were a part of.
Synchronized nicely.
Hmm. Nice work.
Oh, should I be streaming to you?
If you want. That way I'm a little more up to... I'm not... because, like, your stream is always going to be, like, a few seconds behind, but if I'm trying to watch through the Discord. But depends if your PC will do well with the performance and what
It
have
can
you.
handle it.
It can handle it? Cool.
Look who it is.
It's Whatsamahoozee guy.
That's a look you shoot your enemy.
It's the band Creed.
Okay. Well, then
Credo.
this. What exactly is the order after? And who the hell is Dante? You do not demand answers from me.
Oh, well, clearly the Order isn't very loyal.
Additionally, that is your adoptive brother who's striking at you.
Serious?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to hurt you. I won't do that to Kitty. Hurt me?
Hurt me.
You don't get it, do you?
Oh, he's got a devil trigger too, doesn't he?
Yeah. And it looks tough as fuck.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is pretty fucking baller, actually.
Emotional damage.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Blue.
I am right now streaming with
It's a name, did
Capricious.
it?
We are both playing Devil May Cry 4.
At the same time. Synchronicity.
Synchronicity.
The same.
I'm supposed to be the himbo. How am I knowing the words? Oh, shit. Okay, that's...
Oh, damn. He caught me on the full. Come on. Okay. Ah, damn it. I missed the input.
Ow. Okay, so he's got like the same sort of like counter thingy-majiggies as the knights, where you have to hit behind him after the first hit.
Ah, shit. I am not doing good. Ah, dang it. I'll be right back.
That sounds like a phone call. All right, best of luck. Don't forget to mute yourself so people don't hear you. I am getting the process. Come on. Cap is gonna cap. Yep. Ow.
Looks like I'm gonna have to stop streaming
Aw.
to you.
Okay.
Or just in general, because, like, my mum needs the bandwidth.
Fair enough. Sorry to hear that. Oh,
But I'll still play.
fair enough. Not to worry. Well, thank you so much for the quick stream, and yeah, it was a good little tester for your household at the very least to see, you know, what you can do at what times.
I can certainly do it alone, that's for sure.
Yeah, just maybe not when family's around. So.
He did the fucking line from Ultra Kill.
I don't know what that line is.
Behold the power of an angel. Oh, I'm getting my ass beat. I am not winning this fight.
Yeah, I'm getting my ass handed to me. There we go. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, I couldn't do the thing.
He's just keeping himself open for me.
Yes. Okay, now I got him. Oh, I did not time that correctly. Oh wait, no, I can go through this without items.
Ah, damn it. I'm gonna need to practice this fight. I want to get that stylistic hit.
Damn it. Is there a way to... Oh, there we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Damn it. I missed the opportunity. Yes! I was able to get a punch on him. Oh.
Oh, once again.
Not to worry. Oh, Jesus. Ow, ow. That's the first time he did that. I wasn't ready for that. But yeah, Credo boss fight time. It is a Credo boss fight time. Let's try this again. Because I wasn't focused. I wasn't sure what his game was, but now I know that he functions very similarly to the Knights of that we saw back in the mansion thingy-majiggy, where really great blocking on the front, so I have to use the grab power to go behind them in order to get some hits in. And plus, I just need to be familiar with Nero's combo once again. Ow. Ow. Wonder... I do wish that there was like a way to get rid of his shield, but don't know if there is a way to do it. Because it does look like it's close to breaking every time. Oh, there we go.
Possible hardware issue.
Ah, okay. So they were having an issue with the internet, but it might not have been because of you streaming.
Yeah, no.
Yeah! I was able to do the Yamato slash thing.
Done. Even with all those interruptions.
Oop.
Oh yeah, don't look at my stream. Spoilers.
Not to worry, not to worry. Yeah! I was able to do that cool interaction.
Oh, lucky you.
Does that mean he's not going to do a shield thingamadiggy now? Or, nope. Nah, he's going to do it even more now.
Was that like a DT grab that you did?
Yeah. This one I am not familiar with.
Don't gold orb.
Nah. I keep, like, looking over to the other screen for whatever reason. It's like, no, that doesn't help you, Grant. Just focus. Don't focus. Don't see what if chat is gonna say anything. Focus on your stuff. Focus on you enjoying this game. Get a feel for the Get a feel for the game.
Try not to skill issue.
Yes, that. So, oh no, I just wasted that. I just keep thinking in my head Dante when he was on the cliff and he's like, "Where the hell is? What the hell is
What
this?
the hell is this?
Yeah, that.
That's actually a pretty good impression from me.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. He's learning. He's got the potential. I got an achievement.
Oh, nice.
Can I I can't do the secret mission from here. Come on, Grant. Get crispy with it.
Yep, there we go.
Also, for some reason, I'm not getting your audio for
Oh,
your
I'm
video game audio.
Maybe I'm not streaming the audio, perhaps.
Ah, whatever. Kick his ass. Nero, I saw an angel. Kick its ass. Look at you using a table hopper effectively.
Not that effectively.
I mean, you're doing it better than I do. I just air hike out of the way.
Oh, you know what I'm forgetting to do? I'm forgetting to like,
Buster?
yeah, I'm forgetting to like wind up what's a mahoozy lady.
Oh, Red Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wind Red Queen up. I pray for max acts. Basically, what you do is you try to hit the rev button after every hit. Oh, don't get bitched now. If you use a blue orb, I'm slamming you, Chief. What's crazy is he stole that move from Virgil. You know those swords going around you?
Yeah.
That's one of Virgil's moves in DmC4. Buster him, buster him.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah! Woo! Did it! Can't believe you read this during a boss fight. I look at the screen at the wrong time, is what I do. Oh, it looked like he was absorbing that power.
He did. You're a smart boy.
Yeah.
Not yet. I'm not finished.
But yeah, I kept forgetting to, you know, charge up the sword.
Your strength is increased.
Kyrie!
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 No, wait. This isn't what you think.
Why? Why did you do this?
Kyrie, this is just what happens when men jerk off. Their hands become like this.
It was our intentions to protect you from the truth. Nero is a demon.
Kyrie, ask yourself this. Why does he have such a big sword? No one needs a sword that big.
Why is he holding it one-handed as well? Ask more questions.
Yet. Though
And also, how is that monocle sitting on his face?
attachment
Glue.
His cheekbones don't have the fidelity for that.
Has nothing to do with it.
It's gotta be demons.
Go, Agnus! How dare you use
I love Kratos' fuck-ass cut.
my fight?
His widow's peak.
Yeah.
Let her
He's got that Vegeta McDonald's cut.
your defeat,
Yep.
and so ordered that your sister be utilized.
What?
He's Mothman.
If you want her,
What a dick.
and get her, for I cannot
You see how it looks like a shitty version of Sparta?
fate.
I didn't think it looked like a shitty version of Sparta. I just thought it looked like a fucking moth.
Yeah, Sparta looks like a moth.
Ah.
Use Gideon.
Or like a bug.
Yeah, okay, okay. But yeah, considering we're in a cult that, like, are the swords of Sparta or whatever the fuck they're called, like, it makes sense that the guy that makes them and such like that is like, oh, yeah, we're gonna look like Sparta.
You know, the Order of Sword, like, you know they know Dante. The only reason they're not hailing him like he's Jesus fucking Christ is because he lives like he does.
I thought it was because they don't actually know shit about Sparta and his sons and all that. So it's like, yeah, the equivalent of Jesus went down to the holiness. It was like, nah, this is not how you should be honoring us, and shoots him.
No, it's because he eats pizza and like does wacky woohoo tricks.
After completing a buster, continue to hold. Ah, okay, so you can pick up the
It's good for
orbs.
that one secret mission where where you gain style by not hitting anyone.
Ah, okay. Where is the Multian? I can easily defeat Cap. You're welcome to try. Cap, I reckon, is pretty good at this game, though. And there isn't a multiplayer mode to this, is there?
There is a multiplayer mode in 3, but it's cooperative.
Ah, okay. It's just like, oh, who can get the higher score?
Sorta. You both go through Bloody Palace and just get red orbs.
Ah, cool. Yes, you're right. Cap is the storm that is approaching Spidey Boy. So...
In we go.
in we go.
This place is so white.
It's the church, or at least the facsimile of the church. Like, they do that. They're just like, oh...
It's the Spurch, meaning the Sparta Church.
Spurch, yep. We'll go with Spurch. Oh, it's weird creations of the Spurch.
Yeah, they're the Spurch goers.
Ooh. This guy...
It's him. Gabriel from Ultra Kill.
Oh my god, they just turned Credo into a regular enemy now. Before he was a boss villain, now he's just regular enemy type.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Blue. Oh, nice. I didn't realize that was something they did.
Damn.
Okay, so that's just something with the devil trigger that they do.
There we go. That was not very stylish of me. Whatever so.
Come on. Well, that was a very lackluster fight. I was not engaging with whatever mechanic they wanted me to engage with there.
Oh, hey. Combat Adjudicator.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, you're talking about the thingy-majiggy to hit it not number of times. This thing.
There we
There
go.
we
Blue
go.
orb fragment. Oh, we synchronized that.
Oh, yeah! We both got ourselves up to a blue orb on that one with a blue orb.
Yep.
Nice. I had to use my devil trigger to get to the S rank.
I did not.
Ah,
But that is because I have the skills that pay the bills.
the skills that pays the bills.
I kind of forgot how to do... Oh, wait, there we go.
Yeah, gonna ignore whatever that was. We have a drawbridge. Yeah. Have you played this series before, Blue? Because I know you're someone that does, like, you know, games of nostalgia and what have you. I was singing your praises earlier, by the by.
It's true, they were.
Yeah. Hang on. Share stream audio. There we go. I had to do that real quick. Move that mouse out of the way. Wait, those lasers weren't on the ground before?
Did you see that Batista bomb?
The what-a bomb?
You can Batista bomb these enemies.
Are you talking about suplexing?
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Ow. There we go. Oh, yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. There we go. Imagine a campaign of DmC4 was co-op. That would be interesting, having like it would probably be a separate campaign as well of Nero and Dante together or something like that. All right, what's this? Oh, it's got an hourglass in it, so I reckon this is going to give us some sort of slow time format. Kind of like how in Devil May Cry 3 there was that horse-drawn carriage. The key of Chronos possesses a dense magical power needed to manipulate the very fabric of space and time. Press B near a Chronos slicer to slow down the forward time. There we go. Ah. Made it. Go. And then that's not for me, that's for Dante. Ah, excuse me. So, Cap, are you one of those kinds of peeps that plays a video game like more than once, like the campaign?
It depends on the game.
All right, so you have done it. I have the only game I've played the campaign more than once was Mass Effect because of the remaster, and I did that for streaming purposes. But Yeah, I don't normally do it, like, for my own pleasure, the whole replaying of a campaign. Do you do it for the streaming pleasure, or do you do it for the... I just love this story.
I do it for the I just love this story. I did it with, what's the game? I did it for, Digimon Cyber Sleuth Story.
Sorry, Digimon Cyber Sleuth.
Yeah, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth.
Okay, am I going the right way? Yes, I think so. Alright, so... Haha, first try. Hi there,
Yeah, give me
Bookie.
that plorb.
Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
I can't believe this. Careful, Agnes. He regenerates himself.
Okay. Go. I'm not too good at this game, but, you know, I can kind of cover myself enough to, you know, get to the end of things at a normal pace. Warhorse Indra. Hi, welcome, Warhorse. I do it with some games as well. You love, like, Serious Sam? There's a new game plus for it. I thought Serious Sam was just, you know, an endless rush of, like, demons or enemies. That's all I thought it was. Okay, we don't have enough for you. So yeah, I'm holding on to 12 Holy Waters. I'm gonna...
Ah, shit. Agnes, you pussy bitch.
Agnes giving you troubles.
He's just being an annoying cunt.
Alright, so I'm probably gonna have the same problem with Agnes then. And I'm in his room, so it's probably sooner than I think. But yeah. I can definitely get into the vibe of, like, wanting to play a game more than once, but not story-wise, such as Terraria or Minecraft. Because that's more of a... It's like farming, but for video games.
Why don't you check and find out? But don't expect me to be as easy on you as I was last time.
If I have to kill you to save Kyrie,
Kyrie.
that's wrong.
And while I wait for you, I'm gonna go check on something.
Alright. Oh, nice. No, don't absorb my power. Oh, wait, he brings in other kinds of weapons? Yes, it's another bug. I love being able to just hit him with the thing. Alright, I didn't want to, but I'm gonna use a star just so then that way I'm not doing this fight again, because I got way too far to lose out now. No, 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 no. Gotcha! Woo! Did it! Granted, I had to use an item there, but I didn't want to have to go through the fight all over again after I got him down like 9/10 of the way there. The fuck is that bug? Oh, never mind. It's the knights again. They just sound like bugs because of their wings.
That's enough, Argus. Go and prepare for it.
Right away.
Oh no, they're taking his girl, Kyrie. And all he could get was her necklace. Not good.
You have indeed inherited Sparta's power.
Oh. Devil Trigger, once again. Also, it's kind of funny that, like, in the middle of a cutscene, I can use my thumbstick like this. Like, I can just move the camera around. This is what it's like being drunk. It's just like, ugh, you can't focus. Ooh. The ground is shaking, but I'm all on the ground. Hate to check off with that hand. Hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. No wonder the man is mad. Yes, he's just really, really upset that his main jack-off hand is just glowing, but it doesn't do a nice, like, you know, soft, like warmth of another hand. It's like a, nope, this is gonna burn shit. How's it going, Izzy? You doing good? Oh, hey! Nero, check it out! The bridge that you wanted back down on the ground is back down on the ground. The punching helped. Wrapped in glory, end the ambitions of his holiness. Also, I just realized my mouse is like just sitting here in the center. Just, you know, like one of those lecturers that's just, you know, they're going through their lessons or their materials, but you can't focus on them because there's just a cursor sitting right there, ruining the experience. Ooh. If there was a way to have this thing, like, track the mouse, that would actually be kind of cool. But, unfortunately, I do not have that clever of a system. I don't have that clever of a system for, like, zooming into my, like, overlay and all that kind of nonsense, so... Unfortunately, I have to, like, manually press, like, the effects to be like, ah, yes, zoom in, move left, move right, which is, like, making the screens bigger and all that. Nice try, but you're enjoying your sketches too much to never look at stream. Oh, does that mean that you only have the soothing, like, baritone voice of me, GrantZeebs, to listen to? I honestly do hope that my tone is not isn't actually terrible and is enjoyable to listen to. I just wish I had things to talk about of some, you know, calming nature. Like these floating wisps with their weird, extra long fingers. And now there's an even greater shadow with a lot more spikes. But Nero can dodge all but one. The final one he grabs. And the enemy reveals himself with a cool conquistador hat. It is really pointy. Now he is special because he painted his fingernails pink instead of yellow like the rest of them. Ow. Normally grabbing him helps.
You on mission 10?
Yep, I'm on mission 10 right now, and I have to deal with a cool conquistador hat-wearing dude with pink nails.
That'd be called a Faust.
What a cunty name.
Yeah. They become a weapon in the next game.
Could he,
Can you
like...
guess what the weapon is?
I'm gonna guess some sort of, like, you know, clawy thing.
Actually, I'll leave it to surprise.
You don't like that I can predict these kinds of things, do you?
Oh, you didn't predict shit.
Oh, okay. There we go. Thank you, Spidey boy, for the compliments. I do like to think I have a nice cock. Ow. There we go. I did get hit once, but it's okay. So right now I'm just going back down the reverse of this tower. Oh, cool. It gives me like an I can just drop down this elevator instead. Oh, nice. Although there isn't really a point to the red orbs, so... But yeah. What are you drawing, Izzy, if you don't mind me asking? Is it something cool? Is it something beautiful? Is it something sexy? Damn it, I was gonna ask! Cat beat me to it.
We are of similar mind.
Oh my god, that thing was gonna do a black hole.
All the way down the shaft. Down the stairs. Oh, lovely.
Yes! Oh, I did a huge hit on him.
Okay.
Damn it. There we go. Yoink. Red orbs equal new skills. Oh no, proud orbs equal new skills, actually, Spidey boy. This is a different style of,
Oh, you only just got the adjudicator?
no, because the adjudicator here looks like it's respawned.
Ah.
There we go. So it just gives you red orbs on the second hit. And then... Can we do anything with this button? No, we cannot. Okay. No point to the button because we already made the drawbridge go down. Imagine hearing Cap button mashing. You don't need to. You can hear it right now. Cap is showing off their pro gamer skills. They are flexing on just the speed in which they can go through
Okay.
this game. Ow. Oh, that's annoying. There we go. All right, and then donk.
I gotta start, like, actually speedrunning, because I have dinner right here.
You're just sort of like, oh, I need to eat. I need to finish this game quickly so I can eat again. Eliminated all the Chimera before the Scarecrow was taken over. Oh, easy. Shouldn't be impossible. Oh, they all just rounded for him, did they? They were all just like, we'll take this. Oh,
hey, secret level.
Yeah. That's what I... It is not a fun secret level, though, let me tell you. Oh, I can't use the thingamadiggy from here. Okay. That's a shame. Okay, so it wanted me to drop down here. Kill whatever's stopping... Yep, that.
I hate how these motherfuckers can go through walls.
Yeah. That's why I just, like, lock on to one of them, and then I do the grab thingy 2 or 3 times, then they lose their shroud, which is good. But then these Fausts, I don't really have a good, you know, counter to yet.
I was juggling that motherfucker like it was DmC4. There we go.
Ah, damn it, he was so close. There we go. I was even able to get a green orb from that. Your skills were worth on Devil May Cry 3? Nice. My first experience is the Key of Kronos is beginning to vibrate in Renaissance. You can use the Key of Kronos. Yeah, I kind of figured out how to do that already. Why are you giving me that message now? But yeah, I had, before streaming, I had not played the Devil May Cry series. My only experiences of Devil May Cry was the Devil May Cry remake, which, I'ma be real, it was fun. So then I started, so for streaming, I started playing Devil May Cry. Oh, come on.
Damn it.
Nah, I'm just gonna wait for it to... Unless, can I... I'm gonna wait for it to, like, you know, count down and such, because I need to give this another shot. And probably just sit on one of the blades and wait for it to rotate the other way around. But yeah, I went through Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3 so far on stream. And I'm gonna be real with you, I love Devil May Cry 2. I had fun with that one. Everyone says it was, like, terrible and such, but frankly, it was better than Devil May Cry 1. And I rank Devil May Cry 2 higher than Devil May Cry 1. I don't rank it higher than Devil May Cry 3, because Devil May Cry 3 was doing a much better job with pacing, and Devil May Cry 4 has also had a vast improvement over pacing as well. There we go. Alright, so now... There. Oh, nope. There we go. Was worried. Almost fell off there. It was, again. go. Grab those red orbs. And grab these red orbs. Ah, damn you. Go, got up to a B rank, which is good. Alright, now to start hitting this thing. In there. So yeah. Is Devil May Cry your favorite? Oh, sorry, Devil May Cry 3 your favorite cap?
No.
No. What's your favorite of the franchise or series? Sorry.
5.
5? Okay. All right. So I should be expecting some good things. The wing talisman is beginning to vibrate in Renaissance. You can use the wing talisman. Cool. Oh, but
Don't look at my stream.
Oh,
Don't look.
I'm not looking. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. You enjoying your dinners?
Mm-hmm.
Good, good, good. Oh my god, was this where His Holiness was? I recognize these chairs.
It is.
Oh my goodness.
I just saw him run at me.
Nice.
I got so scared. You don't know who it is yet,
No, I do
but
not.
you will.
Oh,
And you will be
there we go.
scared.
I'm trying to just grab onto this guy and get some hits in him while he's in the air.
This is prime Nero gameplay.
You say that just as I'm about to do Devil May Cry 2 gameplay.
Yeah. Hey, I was doing Devil May Cry 2 on the Faust.
Yep.
Oi!
Yeah! Oh, it's so cool doing a suplex from up top.
From the fucking top rope.
Yep. And I was able to do it
yeah.
back to back. Did I change my look? Hi there, Dre's Phantom. Whatever do you mean? Do you mean this PNGTuber that Capricious so graciously, she's an amazing artist, you should go check her out. She also has started streaming as well, but she's not streaming right now. But any whoosies, this was done by Capricious. She did a wonderful job on making a PNGTuber that was suitable for playing Devil May Cry series. And that's what I'm doing. Alright, now...
Thank you for giving me time to eat.
Yeah, not to worry, not to worry. Hang on, I need to find the secret thingamajiggy, wherever that is. Oh, it's just, you know...
Use your secret room.
Just for the secret room. I don't care for the secret room. So... Yeah, this is like my normal himbo levels.
Look at him. He's so mad. He's an angry teen.
You. What are you doing here? I don't have time for this.
Wacky woohoo time.
Oh,
So I'll cut to the chase.
you gonna explain yourself, Dante? Oh, damn.
I'm here for the sword. Your point being? It was originally my brother's. Return it to me, and I'll let you go, kid. Well, that's how you see me think you're blush a pretty pink when I kick your ass.
Ooh. Is this where we go and fight Dante again? And he's just gonna take it casually.
Yeah.
Take a tip from the elders.
Is he in his, like, 40s or some shit at this point?
I think it's like 35.
Elder my ass.
Okay, ready. Ow, you bitch, you stinging to me! You help splitting son of a bitch!
Yeah, weren't expecting me to do that, were you?
Oh, I'm getting my ass beat. I am not winning this one.
Oh, if you're not winning... Oh, wait, I'm doing some pretty decent damage when I do grabs on him. He has, like, barely any... Oh, he's changed his style. I saw him do, like,
Yeah.
a light thing.
Yep.
Ow.
He taunted on my ass. I believe that was my first mission fail.
Nice. Royal Guard this! I saw him do the Royal Guard, and he failed because I grabbed him. Anytime he tries to, like, get me with one of his moves, I just Royal Guard it. Or not Royal Guard, I just do a snatch on him. Got him! I just spammed. Anytime he was ready to do a move on me, I was like, oh, let me just grab you. Oh. He's good when he wants
He
to
puts
be.
you on a comp. Did you already?
I beat him.
Cooled off yet?
Damn, he did it quicker than I did.
Yeah, grab him. B.
What a glare.
Ah, there we go.
You look as if you've just been playing it from the beginning. That sword was used to separate our world from the demons. I can't have something of that kind of power floating around now, can I? It's gotta stay in the family. I need this.
There's gonna be the twist that, like, Nero is part of the family or some bullshit, because it's like, the Yamato was, like, broken all this time, and then Nero comes around and it's like, oh, it just reattaches itself.
Keep going.
He's gonna be like, you know, a clone of Dante or Virgil or something.
You gotta stop trying to predict shit.
Nero is gonna somehow be related to Dante. That is my prediction.
What's your name? Nero. You're Dante, right? Not a bad name. Neither is yours.
I was about to think that, actually. Just that.
Damn, my stylish blue ass. I got a D rank.
Oh, ass! They just
Hello, Gloria.
They just purposely showing off Gloria's ass just to distract us.
Mm-hmm. Prepare for problematics.
That regal look suits you.
I dress to impress.
Ooh.
It was blackface the entire time.
I know it's not my business, but
It's tragic that is exactly what it was. There was no reason for her to race swap for the disguise, but sure. I feel like they could have gotten away with, you know, just having her in ponytails, and I think that would have distracted people. Or she wears a white wig.
Wow. Wow.
cat going meow.
Get back on bed. Or would you like to sit on the lap?
Hi, Iggy. Izzy
Calm
isn't
down.
Izzy isn't in the chat right now, it seems, so I can't introduce Iggy the cat to Izzy the fat cat. So yeah. Also, they were not subtle with that jiggle physics. Triss's boobs were jiggling.
Yeah. And thank the Lord that they were. Combat Adjudicator.
Alright. Mission 11, the 9th circle. As, once again, but this time from a statue. Nice. Okay, this gives us the upper platform. There we go. Gets us up here. Enemies to fight. Not the Fausts again. Oh wait, no, this one isn't the Faust. This one is the its weaker cousin that I do know how to fix. Oh, that's a new move. I don't see them use before.
There we go. Another blue orb.
Oh, I didn't see the adjudicator, so I missed that. I'll probably be able to get to it if it's still in the section that you're in. Or that I'm in. Sometimes you just need some protein and something to grow big and strong. Lots of protein. I was able to eat so much food during my diet break and what have you. I got into drinking again. That was something. I did that for Unname's and Solo's VR chat hangout. That was actually really great. Oop. Is there a way for me to get rid of the... Oh. Oh, okay, so I just need to do a nun, there we go. So I just need to do a nun, like, ow.
What?
That wasn't it.
I'll be right
Hi there,
back.
Goldie. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. There we go. So that's how I do it. So the Faust, I need to do the nun-targeted grab. So rather than doing the targeted grab, which I do with the smaller guys, I need to do the one that's the nun-targeted. All right. So there's an adjudicator somewhere? Not... Oh, wait. It's on the other side. I see it. All right. Let me see if I can get to this thing. But yeah, how is it going on your side, Goldie? You doing good?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I had to feed the cat.
There we go. Oh, come on. I'm almost on smoking cell. I'm almost on the final thingamadiggy. Come on. Ah. There we go. Triple S. Got that fragment. I was worried that I wasn't going to get it because I was using up a lot of my double trigger to get through it. But yeah, I was able to go back for that double trigger. So, got that working. Yep, cool. That works, that works. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, they knew what it... Granted, Trish going blackface, yeah, definitely was a bit of a crazy take, but the best way to avoid a white woman being detected is not to be a white woman. But oh my gosh, that was such a weird style change to go for. Also, why am I back here? What? What the fuck? That's weird. Proceeding alone is strictly prohibited. Oh, okay, okay. So I need to try and get here with a duplicate. That's why it's having me do this.
Oh, I see. Or at least I think I see.
Let me see if I'm getting this correctly. Okay, I can't go it alone, they said.
Maybe you grab someone.
There we go. That makes way more sense. I thought
Just
I...
plus to hold them.
Yeah. That's what does it. Holding on to this guy just in case I need him for another door. Because it doesn't look like there's a limit to how long I can hold him. But it doesn't look like there's explicitly... Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything I need to explicitly open with him. So yeah. Oh. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, okay. It's all about trajectory. There we go. Trajectory! Because I wouldn't be able to go up that wall if I was like... Alright. Ah, damn it. Oh, well, I got a Devil Star. That's kind of cool. Ah.
I exploded him into a B rank.
Nice. Ah, it would have been funny if I could have used him to just jump over instead, but never mind.
Damn. Almost had it.
There we go. All right.
Okay.
So. Okay, I see. I see. All right, so. Well, it's a good thing I have air hike, so that made it a lot easier. Oh, you can do it twice. Nice. 2 and bam. So there is a benefit for doing the grab twice. There we go. All right. There we go. And then, where are we going here? Where are we going here? Oop. There we go. So we're just going up this weird church cult tower. Oh, that looks like it opened up like a shortcut or something. Alright, so now we just need to drop down. Yeah.
Boss fight time.
Mm-hmm,
I'll wait for you.
Yeah, I'm just going back a step just so then that way... There we go.
Now you found the spot.
Yeah, I found the right spot. I just need to... Oh, here we go.
You do not have to kill them.
Ah, but I want to.
There you go.
Never mind, he pushed me onto the platform and now I'm just going up the elevator.
He said, go fight the boss.
He was just like, fuck you, don't deal with us. We're about to fight a giant statue. Aren't we?
Are we? I say, we're not only going to fight a giant statue. We're fighting a giant statue that's also the Pope.
It's the Pope!
Got a difference of opinion on that one.
How unfortunate.
What the fuck, Pope? Why can't you just go back to sitting in a chair and having centralist views like, oh, I think humanity should be kind to one another?
They got my girlfriend in the blue!
Kyrie! Is
Yay!
he gonna say it? Is he gonna say the line?
Say the line.
Kyrie.
Oh, that's a...
He did it.
He didn't shout it, but it was still a Kyrie.
Is it not your wish to become one with her? Within the Savior, your mortal bodies will combine, melting into one to manifest and create his core.
They're just having a secret harem inside the statue right now.
It's very Evangelion of them.
Yeah. Never seen the anime, but I think that is the plot.
Please trust me.
Nero, I always trust you.
It's,
I I'm afraid you are too late. But, although still incomplete, this is your chance to catch a glimpse of the true power of our savior.
Yeah, he's high on his own product. Also, why are they... There we go. Also, what is this bullshit? Who is this guy? Yeah! We're gonna punch the Pope! If this was the real Pope, he'd be dead after the first punch.
I haven't even gotten to touch him yet. He keeps evading my shit. Oh.
I have no idea what the orbs that are floating around him are for.
Ah, there we go. Now I can grasp him.
Yeah! Oh, I didn't get to kill him. He had like 2 bars left. Or 2 segments of his bar left. And oh, he's gone into the statue. We were fighting the Pope before, chat. We were kicking the Pope's ass. Now we face Mega Pope. Ah!
The rowboat.
Please don't go into the statue again. Yes! Come on! No, I was going to... Yes, there we go. Now we get to punch the Pope into his final wishes. Oh! That was a good punch. Oh, that's a cheap move.
Held back by love. Such a shame. Still, I must salute a man who carries the blood of Sparta. While not in Dante's league, you still presented a harder fight than I'd anticipated.
Dante?
I had originally intended to absorb him into our savior. But circumstance presenting, I'd rather choose the option at hand.
Oh no, the Yamato.
I have had just about enough of this fucking Pope fight.
I had fun with the Pope fight because of the grabbing. Oh! Judas!
He just keeps fucking flying away. He's been on this health for like 20 minutes.
I just been doing the snatching every time I can, and then, you know, yeah, break him out of his orb, then do punches.
I don't like this fight at all.
Oh, really? Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. I was able to punch the Pope so many times, and I've gotten to the end of the Pope fight before or Cap did. Amazing. And for whatever reason, Dante saved a Credo, aka Judas. Oh, and we learned that Trish was doing blackface. So that was kind of... Oh my god, the boobs still bounce.
It's you, Gloria. Unfortunately, you did not anticipate a descendant
There we go.
blood. And because of this boy, you have been outwitted, and the savior will be completed.
I don't know. I'd wager this kid still got some life in him.
Yeah!
Escape is now impossible.
Damn it.
Creation cannot be stopped.
He tricked us. The prophecy has foretold if you shit in the sink at 420, you'll... What in the world, Wild Saber? That is a wild opening message into the stream.
Besides, if you die without giving my sword back, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm coming get it.
Yeah.
What a punk.
Okay, so is Nero, like, absorbed into the statue at this point? I can hear the orchestra.
Finally.
You did it. You defeated the Pope. Kyrie!
Because I got sweaty as a motherfucker doing that. And the sweat shall only continue.
Oh, does it get, like, much harder after this point?
So you know how you have one move set as Nero?
Yes, and I'm about to go into Dante, aren't I? Because this is like the halfway point or something, isn't it?
Bingo.
I failed to save you.
Oh no. That is not gonna help with the emo kid's emotional self-esteem.
I swear I'm gonna get us out of here! Together, Kitty!
Oh, that is some good VA work. I could hear his voice breaking.
Yeah, no,
Dude had bills to
Fucking-
pay.
Ichigo knows how to do it.
Oh, is that who his VA is? Ichigo Kurosaki.
Yeah.
Oh. Man, Bleach was good.
Agreed.
Yeah. I know everyone says Soul Arc Society is the best, but I honestly loved Hounds Mundo arc. That was a pretty good arc as well.
Check it out. It's got wings.
Yep.
Design shows terrible taste.
Trish and Dante just cannot care about the ramifications.
That thing going. It's not complete yet, is it?
It is in his heart to save the world from chaos. He will begin by driving it out.
Now he has what he needs. Yamato.
Sparta used it to seal the Hellgate from the demon world. The sword is the key to opening the Hellgate.
Again?
Real Hellgate that lies dormant beneath this city.
The sword that separates the human world from the demon world.
I think you, son of the Dark Knight Sparta, are the only
Sipping
one who can
Time
stop the
sponsored by
savior.
Sir Dragonx88.
Dante.
Sippy time. Don't forget to hydrate too, Cap.
I'm hydrating with cider.
Please,
I'm God's most feared alcoholic.
save them. Kyrie and Nero.
Oh no, Credo!
Credit, no. Credit card.
I'll do it. I wouldn't want to deny anyone their dying request.
I'll sweep the city and evacuate the people.
Hey, is this your way of ditching and dumping this
You want
mess
to
up?
switch?
It's cool. Let's stick to the plan.
What a jackass.
Yeah. I don't know why, but have you played Fable?
No.
Dante's... Okay, the Fable has like this symbol. It looks like a weird S thing. And Dante's like little buckles for his jacket remind me of that S from Fable every time I see it now.
Oh, Mamma Mia, you got an ABBA.
Oh, I did. Nice. Jack is so
Here you go again.
Jack is so devastated that Credo is dead. No, my message was denied. Yeah, no shit. Your message was denied, Wild Saber. You can't just sort of drop that kind of nonsense into chat. I'm sorry to say.
Lend me your
So yeah, Jack is absolutely devastated.
and fang.
Actually, Jack, what is your favorite Devil May Cry game in the franchise?
World, so that the true utopia can be
Darn it.
Judgment Day has
He's so theatrical.
Very much so. See, here's the thing, Jack. I didn't know that Credo was was like Nero's like step sibling or anything like that. I just thought Credo was like Kyrie's like protective brother or something. That's it.
Well, that too.
Yeah. And there goes the giant, like, I'm guessing that's a portion of the Hellgate. So every place that's had a little, like, you know, one of those guys, the, you know, the 10 Commandment, like, giant stones.
I was gonna say 2001 Space Odyssey monolith.
I was still thinking in, like, religious mindset. And it has to be one of these bullshit Fausts. But it's also crazy to see all these people from the school, like, from the Assassin's Creed attire here. And I'm just like, what?
Who needs that many hoods? I mean, I get it. It's like, it's saving money.
It's a secret society, but seriously, like, how secretive do you have to be?
It's an injury.
Okay, so the weird knight things do fight the demons. That is their original purpose, and it was just because, you know, Nero had the blood of Sparta in him that they were like, oh, we don't trust this guy.
Not quite.
Command by the Pope?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
To deliver us salvation, we must repent and rejoice, for the world yet comes.
Wild Saber is correct. This is a man that is just screaming, I have the power of God and anime on my side.
I have the power of God and this one demon on my side.
To be real with you, if there was just, like, the Pope standing atop a helicarrier, I think most of us would go religious at that point.
That's a solid performance for an old fart like you.
Credo and Kyrie are siblings, but I'm pretty sure the novelization references them to Nero as Nero's adopted family. Righto. Character change. Changing from Nero to Dante carries over your Vitality, DT, Proud Souls, and all orbs and items untamed. All Proud Souls will be funded and can be reused to acquire techniques specifically for Dante. What is this attire?
That is Sparta's attire.
That looks like fucking, you know, Dracula from Castlevania look.
Yeah.
And then we got, like, just permanent devil trigger. We're gonna go with the normal one.
Good, because I'm going with the Sparta fit.
Is GrantZeebs a NASCAR fan? No.
Yeah, GrantZeebs loves Dale Earnhardt or whatever the fuck.
No idea who that is.
Neither do I. He likes Lightning McQueen. We all like Lightning McQueen. Best racer on the track.
Also, what the fuck is... I'm not gonna put money into Coyote.
No, put money into it.
I'm gonna put money into the other things that I need to do.
Dude, you have enough. Like, literally.
Alright.
When have I ever done you wrong?
I can't think of it at this point, but it will probably come up at one point or another. Now comes the fun of me trying to learn all these techniques again.
Luckily, in Devil May Cry 5, it's pretty much just this, so you won't have to relearn it.
The depletion of DT will be reduced. Speed. Enemy step. Air hike.
That's it.
That's it? Okay, I thought there was more. Alright, let me just get the more orbs thing, just so I have an easier time. Yep, I still have all my holy waters. I got all the blue orbs. I don't have enough orbs to get another purple. Come to grips with the power of the legendary Devil Hunter. It still reminds me of Monty Python, where they said, "You have completed part 3 of the secret rites to get in. You're just 15 parts more, and you're in the club."
There's one thing you gotta do. Well, after you take out the first set of enemies, you've just gotta spin that fucking D-pad. Yes! Ladies and gentlemen, he's beginning to believe.
Oh, left trigger changes the thingamadiggy. Alright, it's gonna take a hot minute, I imagine, but let's just go for Gunslinger for now. Oh, new enemies already? Oh my god, Dante is... He has such stripper cunt, energies compared to Nero. Nero was just, you know, comedic edgy. Now, like, Dante is just, you know, stripper edgy. Connection to this station is ass today. Ah, fair enough. You're still on your way back home. Understandable. Dang.
I mean, the funny thing about the skin I'm using for Dante right now is that it actually makes him look like Sparta when he DTs.
Nice. God's power no longer resides here. Headquarters has begun to commence. You have less than 10 minutes to escape. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. We got a problem. But I was able to get a gold orb, so now comes the bit where I need to... Hopefully there isn't too many enemies to deal with as I try and rush through this in 10 minutes. Move. There we go. Alright. This way. We're not going to deal with a red orb because we are on a timer. Also, I'm going to be real with you. I'm probably going to stick to Swordmaster.
Swordmaster's good.
I'm a simple Zeebs. Change gun onto your long range weapon. Cool. go. That went a little bit quicker than I thought. You're getting carrot cake? Nice. I'm a personal fan of chocolate cake, but let's see how we go with... Hopefully you have a wonderful fried carrot cake. I'm a cookies and cream... Like, if I had my choice, I'd either go for one of those, like, multicolored, like, vanilla cakes with all the different food colorings, or I would go for a cookies and cream kind of cake. Thank goodness for air hike.
Thank goodness for air hike and trickster.
Hang on. All right. Trickster. Here we go. No, do not. There we go. This is not a traditional cake. Considering you use the words fried, I understand. Most cakes aren't normally fried. Oh, these guys are going to be annoying to deal with because of the...
They are actually, like, a lot easier on Dante.
Why are they a lot easier on Dante? I like Nero's grabbing mechanic. There we go. I still got 5 minutes to go. Grab you real quick. Sent you a pic of when you got time to check it out. Thank you, Jack. I will do so. Alright, because of the Pope taking all the holy Christian power out of the church collapses.
See, that happens in real life when the Pope dies. It only comes back when a new Pope is selected.
That's why they're rushing to burn everything down and start anew. Alrighty. So much running. Okay, so we're basically just going through, like, the reverse pathing. So instead of trying to get to the secret, you know, Swords of Sparta base, we are instead now trying to get back into the city. Is that it?
Yep.
You order the sword, huh?
Yes. Are you familiar with them?
Sorry.
Lady?
I don't mix.
It's a small
Yep.
congregation that gathers in the castle town of Fortuna. I guess the only people who would have heard of it are the ones who take interest in this type of thing.
Like you.
Exactly. So just how much do you know about it?
Well, from what I can figure, there's a lot of confusion surrounding them.
The story goes that Sparta served as the feudal lord of the city long ago. The people
A
who live
lord?
there
Okay.
These legends as truth and worship them. Just like a god.
They worship a demon as a god?
Oh, hey.
Worship.
Those swords, those guns are probably used by Lady back in the third game.
They've been running amok, catching demons, and have even butted in on some of my jobs.
Maybe they're starting a zoo.
Not just demons. They've also been targeting devil arms, like the ones you have.
Okay then.
Wait, there's like several devil arms out in the world? They're not just Dante doing a monster hunter?
Their intentions are foul, and there's a
Good
diabolical
question.
plan behind these apparently
I'm pretty sure there are.
abandoned mats.
Well then.
It's kind of nuts.
Have something to keep me occupied and Trish.
See you there? Oh my god. Trish, you bitch.
Gotta be complicated.
Okay, I am so sorry. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I need to take a bathroom
Take
break.
time.
So yeah, I'm gonna have the BRB screen.
Damn, that's pretty sad, honestly.
SA and then D for the orbs found. Yeah, I wasn't trying to break things.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Starting here. Alrighty, where is my button? There we go. Keep them occupied, Cap, if you can. 20.
I'll try my best.
Minus 10 is 10 times by 2 makes 20.
So, Chad, have you ever played Death Stranding? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Fucking damn it!
Hey, Chad, have you ever played Donkey Kong Bonanza? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
What kind? Fuck.
Hey, Chad, have you ever tried Scapegoat Cider? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
I'm dyslexic. I can't help
Hey, Chad,
you.
have you ever played Devil May Cry 5? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Sash. No. No.
Let's see.
Are you trying to find other games that you are also enjoying? Anyway.
Hey, Chad, have you ever played Atlas? I'm having a fun time with it. Hey, Chad, have you played Nubby's Number Factory? I'm having a fun time with it.
You're gonna need to explain.
Hey, Chad, have you ever played Deep Rock Galactic? I'm having real fun with it.
Lady, put a shirt on.
Hey, Chad, have you played Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Came from, nor what caste you might have been there.
Hey, Chad, have you played
All
Deltarune
that
chapters
matters is
3
that
and
you have
4?
shown
I'm
yourself.
having a lot of fun with it. Also, yes, I'd like to see the fried carrot cake.
Remain a friend to the
I'm sure I'd
Emperor,
have a lot of fun with
and
it.
you shall have nothing but respect from us.
Wow. I'm amazed.
What?
You are completely correct.
Me? After watching everyone else go to a corner, I was like, maybe I should go to a corner.
Yeah. Yeah, you went into the corner, alright.
No one clip that shit! No one clip that shit!
No, clip it,
Ooh,
clip
that
it.
does look
Fucking
nice.
clip it.
Let's and ship it immediately.
No, do not take third from me.
Oh, this.
No!
No! Fuck!
Damn it! To say that they are now my biggest fan. Hang on a second.
Why?
It was Goldie, 1993.
Goldie! Thank you so much, Goldie, for being my biggest... Oh, wait, it's not biggest fan. Yeah, it is. It is Goldie. Thank you, Goldie, for being my biggest fan. Thank you so much.
And now you'll be the smallest Zeeb.
No! That's not fair. Next mission. How many missions do I have to go through? 20?
Yeah.
Damn. That's a lot of missions to go through. The devil returns! Drive down the dragon that spreads its wickedness through the forest. I'm probably not going to say, like, all this for every one of those lines. Oh yeah, this could have been a perfect opportunity for me to see Jack's cake, but I wasn't doing that. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, the red does something. What the... Where the fuck am I?
It teleports you back to the start.
Is this where I want to be? Maybe. Because it put me in a weird... Put me in a spot I wasn't expecting. Oh, no. Oh, that scan does not do anything worthwhile while I'm in PNGTuber form because I don't get the opportunity to, like, make faces or anything like that. I am so sorry, Goldie. But, you know, that was your doing. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Is it this way? Am I supposed to be going this way? Nope.
I'm not going that way. Am I?
Am I going the... Oh, that is weird. I should send you all the other versions of the fried carrot cake. Would be cool, but I also need to figure out how to get out of this place. Alright. So, going to the Ruined Valley is not the right move. Goldie, have you played the Devil May Cry series before? Let's see, is this going the right way? Okay, Ancient Plaza is the correct... Looks like I am going the correct way, because there's more enemies to fight at this point. Go. This is going to be a bit of a controversial take, perhaps, but I had way more fun playing as Nero than I am Dante. Like, I can...
No, yeah, these levels were built for Nero.
Okay.
While Dante plays better, these levels are not built for Dante.
Hmm. Yeah, okay. Alright, so there is an understanding on that one. So, yeah, because, like, I'm still stuck in the mindset of so many enemies being like, I just want to grab them. That's my thought on the whole affair. No, it wasn't. Alright, let's run this gauntlet again. Nope, not that way. Huh? You'll be close to ripping apart that jacket later. Yeah. No one's hyper himboed me yet, so they have no idea. Right now, I'm just trying to get out of this forest. There's all this, like, weird, poisonous-looking smog, and I'm just like, I have no context.
You know what it reminds me of? You know Super Mario RPG?
No, I've never played Super Mario RPG.
Ah.
You were...
It's like Gino's Maze.
Like, considering I haven't played Devil May Cry, what chance do you think I had of having previously played something like Super Mario RPG? Oh, cool, door. Alright, I need to go through this door. Maybe that will do it. No, shit. That leads me to this ruined valley. I'm an idiot.
There we go, another blue orb fragment.
Oh yeah, I could be chasing after blue orb fragments, but nah. Alright. So, wasn't meant to be at the ruined valley. Maybe... This is gonna take me back to the ancient thingamadiggy, isn't it? Yes, it takes me back to the ancient plaza. So, where am I supposed to go instead? Lapis River. Alright. And then back to the windswept plains. I don't know if this is the right place, though. Oh, hey! The adjudicator that was for Dante. Alright, this one I will grab, though. There we go. I was worried I had to use my double trigger. Alrighty. Back over all this. Yay, I'm no longer dehimboed. Okay, so Goldie has only seen the anime. I still have yet to see the Netflix cartoon that they've done. Also, is there any benefit to this? No, there isn't. Alright, what am I missing here? Nope. I'm guessing I'm not supposed to be... Am I supposed to be here? Because... Yeah, oh, these things are like for when... Hey, Cap.
Yeah?
I might need your assistance. I'm a bit lost.
Oh yeah, you're in the entirely wrong area.
Damn it! Alright. Okay, so let me go back out here. Because So I'm at this ruined church. Oh, okay, so maybe this way. Alright, now I'm someplace different. Am I gonna have to, like, be, like, very particular about, like, actually going to different styles and what have you, so I'm not just sitting at swordsman all the time?
You might want to be switching styles like crazy. It's pretty common practice for Dante players.
Okay. That is not a good sign for me. Alright. Is this the same one? This is a gentle forest, yet those who treat her unkindly will fall into darkness, those who do not wish seek the light. Okay, cool. So, once again, we're doing the light trick. Alright. So, that way... And then... What in the world? Okay, maybe this way? Wait, no. Hang on. No, we have to go back the other way. We have to go this way, because... And then we can take a right. Rule of threes. There we go. Or is it fours? Where in the world am I?
Finally, Gilgamesh.
Okay.
Punch weapons.
So now we're dealing with the previous demon that was here because this is where one of the demon monolith things are. And they're dropping bulbs. Are they all gonna bounce back to her? Okay, yeah, all of them did, at different times as well.
Glad I got your attention. I was beginning to feel a little ignored.
You may jest, but the kindest fate I offer is to unify and spend eternity with a child of mine.
Uh-oh. Oh, goddamn you. Why are you getting vored every time, Dante?
As appealing as that sounds, I think I'll pass. Though a fight every now and then does make life a little more interesting, don't you think?
Oh, cool, I can just stand here then. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, Dante is not fun with this particular boss, as I'm, like, learning to I have to learn all over again how to deal with this boss using... Oh, was I supposed to do something special there? But I don't know. There we go. Just a lot of shooting at the end there. Oh, that was a...
That look suits you better.
That was an explosion.
One down.
Ah! Blinding light. Oh, hey! This is the devil arms you were just mentioning earlier on VC, weren't you?
Yeah.
Nice, a 1-inch punch. And then crazy uppercuts. Chain kicks. Good stuff.
Good to go.
Oh, fucking.
Gilgamesh, a devilish weapon that absorbs organic material and transforms it to steel. This weapon is capable of creating powerful impacts. Gilgamesh's combo. While on the ground. Yep, cool. Charge weapon. Oh, to change your melee weapon. Okay. So it's just right trigger. I am barely going to remember many of these things, I'm sorry to say. Many of them are going to go right over my head. There we go. I'm honestly impressed how quickly in time I was able to do that. Saka! Was able to get myself a Saka. Next mission. Just kick punch. It's all in the mind. I will try to do so. Let's have a look at the power-ups we can get. Gilgamesh. While on the ground, press the right bumper forward and then press Y. And then flush is... transform simple jumps into damage-dealing attacks. Oh, hell yeah. Love that idea. Alright, can't go for the blue orb, and I can't go for the purple yet. Next mission.
You're gonna hate this one.
I I already had like a bit of a bad feeling with having to deal with Dante for the first time in Devil May Cry 4 after being so comfortable with Nero. So I can understand, probably.
Oh no, this has a fucking terrible gimmick in it.
Oh, okay, so it is an actual, like, legit. This isn't you being able to be interpretive of, like, oh yeah, like, Grant's not gonna like this bit of Dante. It's like, no one likes this bit of Dante.
See those flowers?
No, because I'm just running right
They
past
will
them.
pull you into an encounter and make you redo the current encounter.
Cool, good thing I am... Oh, they pop up in this section, like this encounter?
They pop up in every encounter on this mission.
Yeah, like there. Okay. There we go. Probably should switch to Swordmaster. And then we can keep going this way. Alright, so we're back in Lapis River. Why? How does this river get us back to where we need to go? I thought... Ah, it's not gonna be fun. Go. Oh boy. Yep, okay. That one was not fun to, you know, avoid. Oh, this particular Faust is not going to be fun. There we go. Yeah, those guns... I'm glad that you told me not to get hit by them, because otherwise I feel like I would have not cared too much about them until I suddenly got caught by them once. Now I'm just paranoid about the ground.
As you should be.
Oh, that guy nearly had me... Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was a close one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, but if they are up out of the ground, you can hit them, and I think that gets rid of them at least once. So yeah, it looks like you just need to like hit the weird tentacle guys when they pop out like once, and they won't pop up again in the encounter. So, oh, never mind.
That is not true.
That guy did pop up in the encounter. There we go. All right, so that got rid of him. And no one else is popping up. All right, cool.
And you're almost done with the mission.
There we go. So that's one of them out of the way. I'm glad these ones don't try and grab me. Oh, thank you for having me avoid that. There we go. I think one of the advantages of being a PNGTuber is like I don't have a harness on my chest right now trying to track my hands in case I ever whack myself in the pecs.
Don't go up the stairs. You gotta go up the cliff.
Thank you. That was a good warning. If I had like Jack or Blue in the VC, they would just be like, "Ah, you know, you decide. You figure it out." They are very much interested in, you know, me bleeding for the information. There we go. Oh, hello. Another. There we go. Am I going? Oh, wait, hang on. Before I forget. Ah, damn it. I wasn't able to do the cool moves. All right. Go. Ah, yep. Okay, yep. This is getting me back to the castle where we have the weird anglefish with the two sexy tentacles. Or the weird attachment things. I don't know what they're called. What do you call that? The lantern part of the anglefish? Because I don't think it's called a lantern. It's called something else, isn't it?
I think it's just bait.
Bait. Okay.
I think this might be a good part.
9 o'clock? We've only been at it for like 3 hours.
Yeah, but I've been playing video games all day.
Okay. So not for me, but for you.
Yeah.
Fair enough-sies. So, yeah. How are you feeling with going through the Devil May Cry 4 again? Because it's my first time, and it's still fun, but I had more fun as Nero than as Dante so far.
There are things in Devil May Cry 4 that are better than Devil May Cry 5. That's for sure.
Ooh, okay. All right. I wasn't thinking in like because I've not played Devil May Cry 5, so I have no like good comparison between one and the other yet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's some style masters who fucking swear by Devil May Cry 4 original edition's inertia, and I don't blame them. The inertia in that game was fucking crazy.
Inertia as in like when you stab enemies and they get like pushed forward kind of thing.
I think it's something like that. But it had to do a lot with like guard flying, which is a high level technique.
Guard
in
flying.
which you use Royal Guard to flip around everywhere.
Definitely not something I would have been doing.
Anywho, I'll catch you later. It has been a pleasure. So yeah.
Not to worry. Thank you, Cap. Oh, Cap's gone. Can we please get a shout out for Capricious, please? Because, yeah, it was absolutely fantastic having them again. And on the chat. Shame they can't be here for, like, the entire wave, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. Glad that... Shame I'm not yet comfortable of, like, using the Devil Trigger so liberally, but it seems I might need to try and put some time, or, like, get into the mindset to actually start using Devil Trigger liberally. Because it looks like I do gain Devil Trigger charge relatively fast, and once again I get flashbanged by another new enemy. The Oh, he fast. I don't like that. Ow. Oh, what? Hang on. Why am I getting a... Okay, how am I supposed to deal with him if I'm getting electrocuted? Yeah, look, I got electrocuted again. Ow. So am I supposed to just wait for his electricity? No, do not use the yellow orb here. It's still too early into the what's-mahoozies. Restart from the last checkpoint. I'll use a yellow orb when I'm in like a boss fight or something. Oh, adjudicator's not there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, back over to... I'm gonna see if Royal Guard does anything. Nah. Yeah, like how... Yeah, I get electrocuted, which is not great. Oh, now you don't have electricity. Cool. And I rolled into that one. Okay. Using a star just to keep myself alive. Hi there, yo, Shields. It's been a while. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I am having a bit of a tough time with this character here because he has lightning powers, and I have no idea why his lightning powers are not, like, so easily counterable. Like, I can't even attack him when he's doing something like that, because if I do, then I am in trouble. Like that. No, we're not using Golden Orb during that fight. How was Monster Strain 2, Yoshils? And yeah, I'm not using a Golden Orb here because that guy isn't even a boss. He's just a regular enemy. So I'm gonna need to figure out what his gimmick is in order to, like, deal with him, especially when there's other, like, cannon fodder around. You know what? I'm gonna watch the cutscene and see if it gives me, like, a little hint or something. Hi there, Jack. How's it going, Jack? You familiar with this enemy?
No, I don't.
It was good. If I remember, I don't stream anymore. Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. Shame. I remember you streaming. But yeah, how's it going, Jack? You back home now?
Yeah.
That's good. So yeah, there's this demon here using its lightning powers to, like, dart around.
It's like really flashy riot.
Yeah. You had your fun, but you stopped. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I hope, like, you know, despite, you know, stopping streaming and such like that, you're doing okay. Because, like, you know, different people have their reasons to not stream anymore and what have you. People get busy, it's not in their passion anymore. Or I hopefully do not get into that sort of headspace of, like, you know, streaming not being fun for me anymore. Because oh, come on. Streaming is still fun for me at the very least. I just have to, like, rethink, you know, what I want to do in my streams that's going to be of, you know, positive, or not positive, but just, you know, a good idea to stream. So then that way I'm not just, you know, being a guy that's like, oh, why am I not getting people to watch me while I'm playing the latest Fortnite? It's like, you know, because people are not interested in, you know, someone like me playing Fortnite. Oh. Okay, that's not good. Like, oh, there we go. Oh, damn it. I wasn't able to get his last health off. You're good. You're working on yourself and you got older. You did it for 10 years and you need some time for yourself. Damn, 10 years. Shit. I've only been at it for like 4. Ow. Like, I've only just like crossed over into my 4th year of streaming. Ow. Could you not? I have no understanding of that enemy, and I hope I don't see him again, but I feel like that is a wish I am not going to get. Like, that's amazing, Yoshils, that you were able to stream for like 10 years. So does that mean you were in it before you got into this before COVID? Because I know there's a lot of people that I know of that got into it either during or after COVID, and especially in like the VTubing environment when, you know, everyone was just, you know, stuck home. The first 4 is completely shrouded by the ice wall. Reaching the door to return to town is an impossible dream. To destroy this magical barrier of ice, it must be stopped at its source. That's not great. Justin TV even? Oh, okay. So that's like some... I am not like 100% knowledgeable on the blah 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 blah. 100% knowledgeable on like all of Twitch history, but that's like, I know that Justin TV was like some of the earliest streaming, because Justin TV was like for IRL, I think, or something like that, and then Twitch was explicitly for categoried games. So then, excuse me. And so then, like, at one point, Twitch and Justin TV combined together as, like, one thing. Okay, so I was in there before? Alright, here we go. Nope, so nothing for you there. You used a webcam, too, at one point? Okay, okay. Yeah, I have not used in the 4 years that I've been streaming and what have you, I have not used a webcam. What I've done is I've gone for a VTuber model. I started off with a 3D VTuber model, thanks to, you know, getting a model from Wolk. Oh my god, there we go. Thanks to you got a VTuber in 2021. Yeah, that was about this. I got a 3D model in 2020. And I believe I, you know, got into streaming in 2021. So sort of the same time as you did. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh boy, I gotta be careful around these guys, because I am not familiar with how to, you know, deal with them without, you know, just doing grabs. And now camera is stuck.
You can't make them come to you anymore.
Nah, I can't, and I can't, like, you know, use a grab to quickly jump over them like I used to. I was so used to Nero, like, style of play, and I loved Nero style of play. The way Cap tells me it is that the new enemies that start popping up now are good for Dante and such, but anyone that pops up, like, you know, that was previously for Nero, it's like, nah, it's very much is for Nero.
Yeah.
There we go. I might have enough red orbs to get myself either the blue orb or the... Wait, am I supposed to go this way? No, I'm supposed to go down the hole, I think. Yep. Hopefully this is going the right way. You're still waiting on Wilk for the day I get my model? Wilk, I understand, is very busy, unfortunately. There is not a lot of, like, it's gonna take quite a bit of time. I have like a text file of things, because I do want to go back to Wolk for my 3D model and be like, hey, love what you did, and I would like some, like, I don't know if it would be like a fresh new model or just edits of this existing one. But yeah, there is things I would like. He is, and I've been on his list for over 5 years. 5 years now. Oh. Yeah. I think I was really fortunate that I got to him like 4 years ago. I think, yeah, in this current like stage, Wolk is like very iconographic now for like, you know, our area of furries and what have you. Cause yeah, I didn't know you streamed for like 10 years, but I've seen your particular Yoshi in the circles that of like, you know, furry fandom that I like and such, which, you know, Wolk is very popular in that particular side as well. Like, he is like there's definitely been like an upward trend in his popularity since 2020. It is a little bit unfortunate that it does mean that like the times of like, because like I remember he did like you know, custom models for all sorts of people, like, you know, years and years ago. Like there was just a whole like slew of them, like, you know, Cerberus, myself, Elf. I'm trying to think of like some of the other, like, there's probably like a whole list of names I could probably run through, God, this is gonna be a bit tricky. But yeah, ever since 2023, I think it was 2023 or 2024, Wolk has started doing VTuber. He started doing persona models that are not explicitly tied to a person, which I think is a good thing. Like, he's now made, like, and he's always gone, and instead of going for, like, you know, the most common body type or something like that, where, let's be frank, if he did, he would be probably the one of the most popular, newest, like, VR chat, like, model makers. But he's doing things like going for, like, the heavy armadillos, the thick dragon, the bottom-heavy kobolds. Oh, there's an advertisement. Okay, hang on. Jack, remind me that I need to keep talking to, what's Mahuzi about this. Wait, was I supposed to go? No, I was meant to go this way. Hang on.
I'm also doing art.
Yep. Doing the needful. Alright, now, do I... Ooh, hello, green orb. Thank you, that's very appreciative. Blue orb is 50,000. Purple is the devil trigger, which we can go even further. Excellent. Okay, so we can't go through that, so we need to go this way. Alright, advertisement will be done in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So... Alright, no, I don't think I want to go through that one. I think I want to go... No, I can't go through that door either. I'm glad that if I'm going back to previous maps, that it's not doing the thing in the forest where it's like, oh, you could go in that direction. I'm glad that I'm in this level and they're like, oh, there's ice in here. Don't go this way. Thank goodness for that.
And ad break is over.
Awesome. All right. So yeah, as I was saying, Yoshils, like Wolk has probably like if Wolk was doing the more common body types for all the different personas, dragon, wolf, you know, kobold and what have you, they would be probably one of the most popular newest VR chat modelers out there. But yeah, they're not. What they're doing is probably just as important, and that is by making models that are not of the normal body type. So the kobolds are bottom heavy. The pigs and the cows are very much overweight. The dragons are very mommy coded instead of just, you know, strongman coded. So yeah, but that still this still comes with the territory of, yes, there's now models that if you are experienced enough in Unity or Blender, and you can just go for that model rather than, you know, trusting or waiting on a wait list for Wolk to be done and what have you. But yeah, for those who have like unique body types and what have you, like, you know, myself, unnamed, like peeps with like persona designs that are like proper different, either because of texture or some additional feature like Cerberus having the 3 heads. Yeah, the wait list is just gonna remain being long. Nah, okay, so I can't just... Oh, shit. Ugh. I would love to get a real model. Oh, a 3D model, you mean? Not... Sorry, when you say a real model, my first thought is like, you know, a real boy Pinocchio kind of thing, where it's like getting a real body or something. It's like... But you mean like a 3D model that's like uniquely your own. I don't mind waiting on him because he does great work. He does. He honestly does. It's just, you know, you have to contend with, you know, as the years go on, he is popular. And there are more people coming to him. And depending on, like, I've seen this where some peeps do get a little bit ahead of the queue. Like, I don't know. It just looks like there's... All right, hang on. How do I... Maybe I need to go here? Nope. Once again. Oop. Hello. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay. How was I supposed to... I'm glad that that platform was there. He's Popufer. He's not explicitly Popufer, but at the stage that he's at, he is there. Like the Popufers know about him. Like it would not surprise me. Like Beta Eta or Whiskey Dingo, like all those kinds of furries are like, oh, I love his. I've seen this guy's stuff. I love his stuff. I'm gonna go commission him and make it like, you know, like really and what have you. Like, there was definitely a time where Wolk wasn't the like. I don't want to speak further because I don't want to like come off as like, you know, speaking ill of him or anything like that. Because I honestly love his work and what have you, and I do not know his. Like, I don't know the, like, how big the backlog is and such like that, because I do know it is, like, through his work, a lot of people like his stuff. Oh, god damn it, I have to deal with the electricity guy again, which is not going to be great.
The bastard is here, yet again.
The lightning bastard. I need to deal with the lightning bastard. Also, Jack, can I ask something from you? If I, like, this might, you know, be a very difficult thing for you to do, because, you know, you don't yap too much. Oh, god damn you. No. But if I get into, like, a, if I get into like a topic, or if I just start talking and I might, you know, begin to spiral and it'd be like, oh, that's probably not a good place to leave yourself chatting and what have you. Can you, like, somehow tap me on the shoulder or even go as far as interrupting me? God damn you, lightning person.
I didn't think that was rambling. If that was what you're concerned about.
Oh. I...
Then again, different people will have different ideas of what rambling really is.
Yeah. 27 years in the she like 27 years like identifying as like a furry and, you know, taking part in the furry fandom. Gosh darn. That's a while. Like
It's royalty.
that's royalty. You go over 25 years. You're like, you know, a quarter of a millennium, and you're like, hear ye, hear thee, as we now induct into the Hall of Furries, Yoshals. For their long service, we are now giving you the gray muzzle title of Veteran Yoshal. Let no other Yoshi be given identity as the Yoshi besides Yoshal. Hear ye, hear ye.
Well, hell, look, he has a title.
The King of Silly Butts. Hear ye, hear ye. Stands Yoshal, the yellow Yoshi, the King of the Silly Butts, and marker of the 27th millennium. Or, I don't know. We'll figure out a title. I'm gonna use an item real quick because I don't want to deal with this fucker, like, again. Fuck you!
Yeah.
Fuck!
I get ya.
There's gotta be a way for me to deal with his electricity.
Maybe you need to dodge more. I should probably try to learn Blender. Try to figure out how to tweak my... I do have a very cute model, I guess.
A 3D model? Ooh, okay.
I do, but it's a very small one.
I'm worried that because of me, like, using the guns to try and, like, little his health, that I'm accidentally, like, giving him more charge.
Yeah, he's just a little... It's just a little shocking.
Yes, the man is shocking with the lightning powers. Also, I love your emotes, like the flexing arms emotes. I like you, Yislith, a few furries that are like muscle furs, like, you know, 100%ing on that stuff. Like, I love those emotes. I don't flex very often. I'm not like a muscle head when I stream and such. It's really weird, like, you know, having this bar of furry, but not, you know, being like Bara in personality, I should say. Ow!
You soft? I guess? I don't know.
You soft?
You soft? I don't know.
Just Cap just trying to find like insults. It's just like, you soft.
You soft? Squishy like marshmallow? I'm thinking, like, I need a matching PNGTuber.
For the Devil May Cry stuff.
No, when I turn him into a cupcake,
Oh, okay.
I gotta get a matching. I mean, I already have one, which is the one where I'm like, I look like I want to eat him or something. That's
cool. I think that works for like, for context. Jack the Crow is an amazing artist. You should go check out their stuff. Hang on a sec. Let me just hit pause. And let me just double check if I have it as a video tube. I don't think I do. No, I don't. Okay, but Jack is one of the artists that have done, and I commissioned them for this. They created a Tasty. Now, you may be wondering, what the fuck is a Tasty? They decided to create Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. At first, this was for Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Then I commissioned them for this. And then there's been I don't know if you did it for Unnamed, but Unnamed now has, like, you know, a silly ice cream one. Oh, you did it for Unnamed?
You asked for it.
Ah, okay. That explains the context. So, yeah. So, Jack the Crow is responsible for all those, like, silly, like, personas that are in ice cream form. You know that, you know, bubblegum Bill look from, like, you know, Peter's or, like, ice cream places? Aces. You know, the silly looking Spider-Man that doesn't look right because it's like slightly melted?
Slightly melted with a gumball eye, just out of place.
Yep, exactly.
Sonic just doesn't look like Sonic.
Yep, you did that. And I think it's such a clever idea, and I love it. Ow. So. Oh! Screw you. Come on. Stop being electric. I'm gonna be annoyed if there is, like, an actual, like, you know, rather than being passive, if there is an actual, like, reactive way I could have, like, got him out of electricity first. Damn you. Good old DmC4. Hi there, Mizuki! I'm having an absolutely terrible time with this guy. I have no idea how to stop him from being electric. Because if he is electric... If he's electric, I have no way of hitting him. Because if I hit him, then I get, like, knocked out. Like that. Like that. So I need a... Yeah. Before streaming, but he ended up doing the furry... Wait, I may have started it. I know Jake for a long time now. Jake? What?
Yeah.
Oh, are they talking about Jack? You?
No.
Who are they talking?
I've never been called Jake.
I am looking at Yoshel's message and I was like, what? From my memory, the fastest way to get him out of electricity is to use Pandora and do an air...
He hasn't gotten Pandora.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, all I've got is, Bahamut, Rebellion, and my guns, Ebony and Ivory, and then some shotgun. Oh, there we go. Ow.
That took a while, but no. Oh. God, I didn't look at the screen for a moment.
Oh. Ow. Roll the wrong way. Oh, pain. Just sitting there for so long, waiting for the... No. I think you are late from the messages to follow. Oh, 27 years now. I do call myself the king of silly butts. This guy is very shocking. I may have started it, lol. I know Jake for a long time now, before streaming, but he ended up doing the furry bait streams, and he became very popular for it. Wait. So there's a furry out there named Jake who's done furry bait streams? I am so... Like, you haven't just accidentally given me the government name of a furry out there, have you?
Nani?
What is a furry bait stream? Oh, a furry bait stream, I can imagine, is just quite simply, here's a furry that, you know... It's Second Life or something. Furry bait, I feel like, is just, like, the very, like, as it says on the tin, it's just like, here's a furry character, like, even if it's just not even, like, 100% furry, but, like, one of those, Keminoki, what's the phrase called for the... It's a Japanese phrase for, what, like, a cat-like girl. So it's just a girl with cat ears and a cat tail, but doesn't have any of the other, like, features of the cat. Neko Mini. Yes! Thank you, Mizuki. Honestly, Mizuki, I am so glad that you're here. Hang on a second. Can we get a... Actually, I have a moderator. They can do it. Oh, no, I accidentally alt-tabbed and now I have a problem. Hang on. Now comes the fun bit of, like, everything is not wanting to be perfect.
No. Oh, no.
Don't worry. But yeah, I'm trying to, like, alt-tab into the game. Thank you for doing the shout-out for Mizuki Nagano. I greatly appreciate it. All right. maybe I need to tab out. Tab back into the game. Oh,
Breaking your game.
I think
breaking your game by alt tabbing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
It didn't have this problem before, but now it does. This is a bad time because it's like I know I'm like real close to the quote unquote like a boss level and such, and I don't know if there's an autosave feature to save me. So yeah.
You might have to replay because I don't remember this game.
Hang on. Task Manager. Let me have a look at what Task Manager says.
Task Manager says,
it's
fuck
a
you.
it's a 32-bit game instead of using 64. Let me see what happens. Can I? All right.
I think my brother is home.
Alt Enter.
And I do need to bail to get something to eat.
Not to worry. Not to worry.
Sorry for not being able to stay here long.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's 9:40 right now, so worst case scenario, you know, Devil May Cry will crash. I don't see any places that like force me to hit save or anything like that, so although it's normally a mission selector, not a so yeah, that might be the problem. Is there like a actually, hang on a second. It's taking okay, OBS is doing video encoding, that's doing 3D and what have you. It's just I don't want to alt tab this thing is the thing. I don't want to end the what's-a-mahoozy, because if I do, now it's not responding. That's a priority. Not good.
Dante looks like he's trying to hold his nose from sneezing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do have to bail.
Not to worry.
You don't have to play back too far from really far away, you know.
Knowing my luck, I do. Yeah, because right now the application says it's not responding, and
let's see. Let's hyper himbo you for luck. Bye.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty. Let's see. So is there like maybe if I what is the key for change full screen to windowed shortcut? Alt enter. Okay, so Alt enter doesn't do anything. No, I'm gonna Alt F4 doesn't do anything either, so did you sneeze? No, I didn't sneeze, but while I'm in hyper himbo form, okay, it looks like the application isn't even responding at all, so yeah, it is an end task, unfortunately. Oh. Now the real question is how far back am I going to need to go? Because I don't know if it lets you, like, just continue in the middle of missions and such. But yeah, for those of you who haven't heard this before, while I am hyper himbo mode, I, you know, voice changer and all that kind of nonsense. I don't do this with my own vocal box and such. I am reliant on Elgato Wavelink doing all the crazy nonsense to make me sound all lower tone and all, like, echoey. So yeah, and I just thought it was something appropriate for, blah blah blah, appropriate for when I get hyper himboed. But yeah, and because it's Devil May Cry, it's a devil trigger is what it is. So yeah. Hello there, Ardo Pelos. Welcome to the stream, fellow Demon Hunter. Have we been making any Devil's Cry? We have been making a few, and then our game froze. Our game froze just as I was entering into, like, what I thought was going to be, because we were getting into a cutscene, and it looks like it was a frozen boss. Yeah, it looks like here. Let's see. It froze. And I'm all the way back here, which is really unfortunate. Yep. No, that's not good. And right now I'm trying to, like... Come on. There we go. Alright, cool. So I've already got the blue orb from that, thankfully. Have you ever played any DMCs before? You know what? I have. Okay, ooh, okay. That's a little bit too close. Let me just zoom out a little bit. And let me just move it. Ding. Donk. I have buttons for this. So I have, in fact, played previous Devil May Cry games, but that was all because of me playing them on stream for you. So every Monday I've been catching up on Devil May Cry. Last month I was on Devil May Cry 1, and it took me like 2 or 3 streams to get through Devil May Cry 1. It took me 2 streams to get through Devil May Cry 2. It took me another 3 streams to get through Devil May Cry 3, and now we're on to Devil May Cry 4. This is the 4th so yeah, this is the second stream with Devil May Cry, where we got through Nero. I love Nero. I thought Nero was a very fun character to play as and such. I didn't have to deal with all the different styles and what have you. But in this one, as we're playing Dante, I am not too knowledgeable. Okay, so... Oh, damn you. Oh, damn it, I mistimed that. Alright, honestly, Mizuki, thank you. Mizuki, thank you so much for the... I'm gonna hit allow. Hopefully that doesn't break the alt-tabbing. Mizuki, thank you so much for the tip. I have it in the stream, like, I have it as, like, one of the tags to not backseat unless asked. So I really appreciate that everyone was very patient and not, you know, being like, oh, you should do this or you should do that. I am so appreciative for you, just going and, like, you know, everyone being patient with me until, you know, finally I was like, I don't know what I am doing. Someone give me help. New emote ideas. This guy on the screen now, lol, DiabloZeebs. I do not have that many emoji spots, I'm sorry to say, Sir Dragon. I have already gotten up to the maximum that I can hold, and the only way I can get more emoji slots is if I somehow demonstrate the capabilities of being a partner-level streamer, which I am not close to that yet. Not by a long shot, so I'm gonna need help from many of yous in doing the whole, what's-a-mahoozy, you know, watching the streams and, you know, subscribes and all that. Actually, no, I don't think subscriptions, help with the, oh, Jesus. Thank you for the boops. Don't... Oh. Alright. Oh, boy. Thank you. I try to be careful about giving spoilers ever, unless told before. Yeah, no, and that's a good way to, like, you know, live by it and what have you. Like when going through these streams, is I have a thing in particular. Like I try and be I'm jokey a lot of the time when they have like questions and when other streamers have it, where I say questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. So. There we go. Oh, this is helping me so much. Honestly, that star power mode helped me so much. Oh, and now it didn't. Oh, Lama, I wonder what would happen. Yeah, so the Rainbow Rush would still work on my PNGTuber, because it's not applied on the software that is running the PNGTuber. The Rainbow Effect is applied on the scene with the VTuber. I'm clever that way. Oh, I don't know how to do that style. How do I do that? So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2. Helmbreaker, yep. High time is with that. Stinger is that. Million step. After executing a stinger, release the left thumbstick and hold. Oh! That's what I'm forgetting to do. Delete an emote so you can add a Diablo Zeebs emote. Yeah, but then I'd have to get rid of an emote. I'd have to get rid of an emote, Sir Dragon, wouldn't I? That's how I got my answers about this game. I played it myself and learned and Googled, but let's not worry about that. Yeah, if I'm going to Google, that's my own fault. Press hold and one. Okay, cool. So also, I need to change the tab. There we go. Did I miss any important messages after Erlo came in? No. So I'm sorry you played DmC2. Didn't anyone warn you about it? Yes. Many people warned me about it, Ardo. But here's the thing.
I loved it. I liked Devil May Cry 2. Everyone was telling me how terrible of a game it was, and they were like, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was about to get into a broken mess. I thought I was going to be in for a terrible time not enjoying my stay in Devil May Cry 2. But considering I went through Devil May Cry 1, I understood what I was getting into with some of the mechanics, and I didn't like the boss at the very end of Devil May Cry 1 against Mundus. I thought it was bullshit. I got into Devil May Cry 2. Yes, guns are very overpowered, but if you engage with the swords and such, it was fantastic. I remember someone in a strategy guide explaining to me how to do a boss explained it to me best. The game is not broken, the game is boring. That was the sin of Devil May Cry 2. Everyone is getting caught up in like, you know, oh, it's absolutely terrible, and you know, everyone, like a lot of people, when they decide to revisit Devil May Cry 2, are coming into it after going through Devil May Cry 1 and 3 or 4, possibly even 5. But Devil May Cry 2 was not that bad of a game for me. And considering what I went through Devil May Cry 1, and I have never played this Devil May Cry series before, going through it via release order, I was fine. And I loved it for it. That is one of the worst sins of Devil May Cry 2. It's boring. Yeah. So you can understand, like... So, like, that one there of, like, oh, it's not, like... Having it be boring is, like, probably one of the weirdest, like, things about it. Like, just aspects of it don't work, like, not working as well as people would have expected it to be. It didn't have the style system that we got in Devil May Cry 3. Like, don't get me wrong. Devil May Cry 3 is a marketable improvement on both Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 2. It settled a lot of the stuff that we were interested in getting, and then they did, like, obvious improvements from Devil May Cry 3 to Devil May Cry 4. Mostly because of the fact that, like, Devil May Cry 4 is, like, you know, an entirely new console generation compared to Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3 being all part of the PlayStation 2 era. But, like, come on, look at me. Look how basic I am in playing this game. I forgot I had out of the weapons I can easily change with the triggers. And I need to remember to jump out of the way. One of the things I like about one over the other DMCs is that I love the animations of the guns when you equip them. I've never properly paid attention to that. I'm gonna be real with you. I never properly paid attention to that particular little effect. All right, grab you. I'm glad that I'm going through this particular segment like a lot faster than last time, thanks to Mizuki Nagano's or Mizuki for short. I can probably just say Mizuki, right? I don't have to use like the full username. DiabloZeebs deserves an emote slot. I will think about it. Just be aware that there are other emojis that already exist here. So you have to look at those and you're gonna have to tell me what is not necessary anymore. Also, why are these guys just so difficult to deal with? There we go. Mizuki is fine. Nice. You say you playstyle is basic, but if this is your first playthrough, I'm actually quite impressed. Oh! This is my first playthrough of Devil May Cry 4. This like, as I said earlier, I've not played the Devil May Cry series, like, before I streamed. Actually, not entirely true. I played the Devil May Cry remake. So the one that was done by Ninja Theory, I've done before. And, you know, that was kind of fun. I liked it. I can understand people kind of being annoyed with, like, the narrative of the Devil May Cry reboot, because it was, like, trying to do, like, the whole, oh, let's modernize the characters, the storyline, and all this kind of nonsense. And it's like, that's not really what people want with, like, Dante or Virgil and Lady. So, all right, do not fall over. Do not fall over. There we go. So, like, there are some stuff where it's like, some of it, like, I liked the look of Dante at the end. Virgil looks weird with the fedora, I will be real with you. But, like, the bit about, like, Trish, like, and her magic, like, being a slightly modernized, I was kind of okay with that. I loved the idea of, instead of having, like, different stances and what have yous, like, the devil arms were, like, simplified, so you had, like, angel arms and devil arms. But then the fact that, like, you know, you had, like, different devil and angel arms within there, and they actually had, like, a different feel to them as well. There we go. Oh, damn you. And he's gonna explode. Of course he explodes on me. Wait, can you see which emotes get used the least? I I can in a stream review, but I'm gonna be real with you, Sir Dragon. I don't have that many people who are subscribed to me, so a lot of the time I only see like, you know, 2 or 3 usage across the board. And as tempting as it would be to like remove all the emojis and see which one people are like, oh, what happened to this one or something like that, I don't want to do that. I am already going to be removing my my Discord server after August or in the mid of August. Like, I'm already planning to do that to the viewers and what have you. I don't exactly want to start, you know, packing up shop on way more things than the Discord server. You think it was more of the character redesign that people didn't like? I think it was the character redesign and the retconnings that they were doing about having, because before Dante was just, you know, he was just part demon. That's it. He was just partially a devil with a human mother. It was fine to have that. They didn't need to make him explicitly a Nephilim with the human, with like the demon and the angel mixed in with it. So, and yeah, the way they stylized, like they definitely modernized the demons far more, which was interesting. But yeah, I think some people like their you know, their demon stuff to be way more, you know, Christian Catholic tied with only a hint of lewdness, rather than it being the Americanized, oh, we're going to make it absolutely disgusting. We're going to make an absolutely disgusting succubus because the whole point of her is to, you know, be that kind of thing. So, yeah. Ugh, he's got terrible breath. Yeah, here's my take, and this is just me speaking of a diehard DmC fan. Oh, hello. Stop running away, please. I don't know what your mechanic is going to be. Alright, so now I have to deal with the ladies. Oh. There we go. There we are. Yeah, cool. And was able to get some good hits on you. There we go. Oh, damn it. I didn't jump away far enough. Can I use items? Yes, I can. I'm just going to use that while I'm here. Oh yeah, I can pause this and have a read of the hot take. You was riding the DmC reboot hate wagon for the longest time, but late fall, I finally purchased the reboot due to being impressed with Ninja Theory's amazing work on Hellblade's As Soon as Sacrifice. I haven't played very far into it, but I gotta say, you don't hate it. You actually feel like actually like the real world commentary? The real world commentary, I think, is probably one of those ones where it's like people don't appreciate just how fucking overt we have to be now. Like, everyone was looking at this and they're like, oh, why are you making Fox News like in this video game? Like, can you be like a little more subtle with your demonization of soda drinks, or sorry, with energy drinks and the news and media? And it's like, no, you needed to take a book out of Hideo Kojima's little playbook of how to do things in Metal Gear Solid, and you have to be as fucking overt as you can with video game people. We are dumb as fuck. We are illiterate. Like, oh, hang on. Let me just move a little bit down this way. Thank you. There are people who play there are people that play the what's the game with the shock troopers, the Helldivers. There are people that are playing Helldivers and they are not understanding the actual, like, you know, parody messaging that they're trying to tell you. Like, they just, like, they're playing it, and some people like myself are like, oh, we can see the Starship Troopers, you know, sensationalizing, parodying the thing and showing just how ludicrous the fascist regime can be, but we're trying to enjoy the game anyway. But then there are some people that are like, oh my god, this is fantastic. Why aren't we just under a fascist regime? And I'm like, no, that's not what the game is trying to tell you. The game is trying to be funny. Because you don't like games that are trying to be, like, you know, telling you a message and such. Even though, like, you know, the group that probably needs it the most are the people who are, like, emulated by Asmongold and what have you. People wonder, like, why do people still listen to Asmongold and such, and why we care about him? And it's like, well, unfortunately, it's because Asmongold is basically the epitome of the quote-unquote gamer TM. Like, let me avoid... Ah, damn you. Alright, well, I've got him down to halfway. Now I just need to... Ow, fuck you. There we go. Come on, stop moving around. No, you don't. Damn you. Oh, wait, because I'm in my Devil Trigger, you didn't get the opportunity to, you know, do that. Cool. There we go. Oh, this would have been cool to, like... Ah, there we go. If I could have, you know, punched it or what have you, it would have been great. Right? Preach it. Yeah. Look, I have a lot of... I have thoughts about, you know, the way Asmongold is and what have you, but I don't want to, like, you know, just get stuck in this, like, you know, this loop of like, you know, talking about people that, you know, aren't anything to do with me. I need to not get caught up with that. Oh my god, wait, a briefcase?
He wasn't kidding.
Oh, my mouse is... What the... What? Oh, come on. Is this like a... Oh. That's cool. Alright. Gun. And even bigger gun. And then it turns into a thing. Also, why is it... Like, I just dealt with one boss. Why are you showing me... Like... There's no way this weapon that I'm getting from Dante is gonna be this powerful. There is no way this weapon from Dante is gonna be that powerful. It's not gonna take on, like, several boss level threats with ease. Holy shit. Would be cool if it was that. One of the most ludicrous powers. Pandora, a demonic weapon capable of 666 calamitous forms. It spells misery and disaster for countless foes. Okay, so the PF013 epidemic. Change the weapon's form by entering a transformation code while holding X. Alright. Wee. Alright. I am mission cleared. Oh my god, because I had to go through that all over again. I had a much better time style meter. Didn't find all the orbs, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to, you know, 100% this game or anything like that. I am gonna call it there for the playing. Also, yeah, I'm not bothering going through all that. I'm going at normal Devil Hunter levels. So, return to title screen. Yes, I am going to call it here. The cutscene do kind of exaggerate things. Remember that serpent you killed in the forest? In the cutscene, Dante made her go kabliwi with one shot. Yeah, but to be fair, like, I saw it as like, you know, oh, she's just literally that low of a health. They didn't, you know, give us the Bahamut weaponed and then respawned her 3 times over and then showed off the Bahamut weapon. That's not what they did. So, yeah. Also, play the music once more. There we go. Honestly, I thought by that description you'd have to go Tekken combos for the different forms. I thought so too. I might give that one a Google, though, to be real with you, if there is, like, something special about the Pandora weapon in Devil May Cry 4. But, yes, that is going to be it for me tonight. Ardo, thank you so much for all of your kind words. I greatly appreciate it. This is, like, your first time in this stream, isn't it? Yeah, like, sorry, I'm just, like, look. Yeah, it was, like, your first time here. You don't know enough about Tekken to confirm or deny. Tekken has crazy amounts of, combos and processes from one kind of juggling method to another. So Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, they have a number of moves and they have special moves involved, and they normally have like different ways of doing juggling and such. Tekken, meanwhile, has way more special moves, and they are all reliant on you going through an actual like process. So they have much longer combos. I remember someone did a video about the Tekken combo format and how like difficult it is to balance a character when you take him out from like one fighting game and into another. So they brought in like a Tekken character into Street Fighter, which was very difficult. They could barely balance the character. Or maybe it was a Street Fighter character into a Soul Calibur. I can't remember. Yeah, first time here, but I've been following you for a couple weeks now. Don't turn around. Follows you recommended you to me, and I'm finally able to watch you. Excellent! I really appreciate it. I try to go on for about 4 hours into a stream. I get started at like 6 p.m. and I keep going until like 10 p.m. So we got done. So I'm done for tonight. Tonight we've been going through Devil May Cry. I am going to be going through more Devil May Cry next Monday. But the next game you're going to see me play is Wednesday night. So not tomorrow, but the next day, I am going to be playing I'm going to be playing Death Stranding 2 because it's a new game that I picked up and I wanted to play it. And I know that's kind of going against the format that I'm telling myself I should do going forward with streaming, but you know, this video game is getting grandfathered in because, you know, I already started playing it on stream. It seems appropriate to finish it on stream. But yeah, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Like, just some housekeeping things. So, number one, the Discord that I've been holding on to and such like that, the invitations are going to be disabled after tonight. So, because one of the things I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be, like, winding it down, and at the end of, like, either mid or end August, I'm going to be closing it. So, because I'm very introverted, I do not have the energies after work and streaming to interact in a Discord and be, you know, a moderator and try and, you know, encourage conversation in there and what have you. There is all these other Discords that you can join into that I think will be much more fun and very community driven compared to what I've had. And other than that, bad news is we're gonna still be doing streams Monday, Wednesday, and then late night Saturdays. I've picked a game for late night Saturday as well. It's going to be the puzzle game Blueprints, because I've not finished that game and I really do want to get that done. So that is going to be it for me. And before you all disappear, we're going to have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. There are a few people that are recommended to me who I have never heard of before. Let's see. There's a large number of furries that are going through... Oh, hello! Mizuki Nagano, however, is playing a game. Mizuki was in here earlier, so... Let's go and raid into Mizuki, actually. Now, if you are subscribed, we can use the short and sweet himbo raid message. If you are not subscribed to use the emotes, you are welcome to use whatever other emotes you feel like are appropriate. I reckon they will absolutely adore all of you coming in. She a big, strong woman. It looks like she's playing some sort of puzzle game, so hopefully you'll all be able to see her put her brain to work. Don't give her too many hints or anything like that unless she asks for it. And other than that, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream as I go through Devil May Cry. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so pleased I was able to get through that mission much quicker on the second time after the crash. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are. I will be back online Wednesday night or in your local time zone. You can check on Twitch is built-in scheduler. I will post a message in my Blue Sky or my Twitter if you that didn't work. Oh wait, no it did. Or my Blue Sky or Twitter, which you can follow me there. And otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.